2, 1.
And we're live. Really
It's circling.
connecting.
Now we're live.
Now we're live. Great. So yes, this is the first time we're doing this, and there might have been some issues going live, but we should be live right now. So welcome to the Weekly Knob's first charity stream. What we are going to do here, we are here primarily to raise money for Red Nose Day. Red Nose Day is a charity that helps fight child poverty, and they are raising money right now to help families who have been hit very hard with the COVID crisis. So many families are just without work, in lockdown, their income just very much cut down or non-existent. And especially when the holidays come around, that is going to be hard. So what we are doing is we are raising money to feed children, to feed families. And Red Nose Day is just a great charity that works in the US, it works all around the world. And they have been doing this since 2015. And in that time, they have raised over $230 million for food for people who need it everywhere. And for $25, you can feed a child for a week. And for $40, we can feed a family a holiday dinner, a big feast, just so they don't feel left out. Yeah, and in between, we are going to look at some really great flash fiction, some really great poetry by our amazing writers who have used an empty plate as a prompt 2 weeks ago to write these amazing stories. And we really have been just surprised how much thought has been put into these stories. Mm-hmm. And this is what the Weekly Nub does. In 5 days, these stories go from prompt to concept to writing, editing, and then publishing. And as any writer can tell you, that's a challenge. And week after week, our writers rise to this challenge beyond our expectations. And it is an amazing community, and they have shown once again how amazing they are. So I am here with my other two editors of the Weekly Knob. We've got Sandy Knight is our chief editor, and we have Jeff Atkins, who is our very, very hardworking tech guy who made this stream possible. So thank you, yes, Jeff, for all the work you put in.
You're welcome.
Absolutely. Hats off to both of you. Actually, R and Jeff have carried the lion's share of this project, and I'm actually very proud of them and proud of the Weekly Knob, our community. This is a wonderful event, and it is our first time to jump into this, but as you all know, the Weekly Knob, we're not afraid to jump into things. We just do it. That's how the Weekly Knob got started. So I think we should kick off the program with our beginning entries. We're going to listen to some stories and some poetry. We're going to talk about them. We're going to take donations as well.
Right. And we should note that if you donate $5 and up, please click on the little star. They will give you a prompt to enter your email. If you enter the email, we will email you a download link. You can get a wonderful collection of holiday stories written by our writers in the past. When you get the file, it's yours. Share it, send it to friends, send it to family, read it. There are really good stories and a lot of fun. And especially since most of us will be stuck at home during the holidays because of this annoying virus that we're all dealing with right now. So yes, I think we are going to start this all off with a haiku by Jeff. And there's a reason why I wanted this on the first spot, because it is a toast. And Jeff, if you can.
I'll start it. Okay, we're off. It's streaming. It's only 16 seconds long, so we'll be
Present or
back
missing?
quite quickly.
We know who we
Yeah.
want to be.
Here,
Sharing our plates.
2, 1, and we're back.
We're back. So yes, one of the things that I love about this is because it does have this feeling of not being able to get together. And it doesn't really matter if it's because you're stuck inside because of COVID, or maybe you've lost the people that you usually dine with. There is this longing to connect and a sense of not being able to, but still having these well wishes. So this is why I wanted to start it all off with the haiku. Also, haiku is a rather difficult form of poetry. I've tried it a few times. It is not easy to do a haiku and do it well. I mean, everybody can do 5 syllables, 7 syllables, 5 syllables, but that doesn't quite make a haiku. And Sandy knows a lot more and has taught me a lot more about the art form of haiku.
Haiku is deceptively simple, but it is not easy. It is about capturing an emotion or a feeling or a sentiment or even the slightest rustle of a leaf, and it usually has a connection to nature. And we've had some wonderful haikus in the weekly knob, I can say that. And the brevity is what's deceptive about it. When you go through a haiku and you go back through it, one that's written very well, like Late Plates, you get a whole world will open up for you when you read that haiku. Just 17 syllables. Love them. And I loved your haiku, Jeff. Love to tell you that on air. Tipping my hat to you.
I'm glad you liked it. I can't talk about my own work because it just sounds like I'm either blowing my own trumpet or humble bragging. So I will just say I'm glad you liked it.
You're very welcome, Jeff. It was wonderful.
Okay, should we go on to the next story, which will be Indira Reddy's Transferring Brokenness?
Great story.
That is an amazing
We were
story.
talking about that a little bit before we came on live, and I got to thinking after I've read it a few times, and this last time this morning, it's like a minefield of multiple metaphors. It's very well done, and I love how Indira ties it up at the end with an upbeat. As if you all haven't read it, please go and read Transferring Brokenness, or sit as the author is going to narrate it for us. This is perfect.
Oh, personally.
Clear. The story's playing.
Transferring
It's 3 minutes
Brokenness by
long, so
Indira Reddy.
we've got a while.
The first plate, shattering on the tile floor,
I'll tell you what.
sounded like an explosion.
I have the
The larger
YouTube open
pieces
with the sound
clanged
off,
sharply
and
for a
there's
few
quite a
seconds
delay. We're
against the
still on
floor
the screen.
before quieting
Yeah,
down.
I know.
But we're
There's
not
like
honestly, right?
There's six.
She
six
picked up the
seconds,
larger
yeah.
pieces,
Okay, there it
raised
is.
them above her
I
head,
think it's actually
and
slightly
let
more
them
than
slip
that,
from her
unless 6 seconds
fingers.
is longer than...
A softer
Now it's
thud,
coming up.
a quicker jangle, and a lot more shards.
No, it's almost 30 seconds.
Yes, this would do.
Yeah, it's
She
longer than
selected another
6.
plate,
Mm-hmm.
threw it up in the air.
Oh, well, that's what I've
It
been
asked
told, like
beautifully
6
before
seconds.
shattering, sending pieces flying
At least.
everywhere.
So
She waited for all the pieces
it might
to
be
fall.
because there's a lot of live
Silence
streaming
to
going on.
reassert
Right
its claim. Too haphazard, too
The
slow.
overlay
The next plate
disappears when the
went
videos come up.
soaring up to punch the ceiling and shower
That
her
wasn't
with
intentional,
shards.
but I think it works.
Instinctively,
Yeah, it
she
works.
closed her
Don't worry
eyes
about it.
and failed to see
We
their
want them
last
to
dance.
focus on the story anyway.
These two I didn't see. She placed the fourth plate on the floor, holding it down with her foot. She ratcheted up the pressure, bit by bit. She could feel the plate straining under her weight. Suddenly, it gave way with a large crack.
See, I've got it open so I can
Almost
actually read it
perfect
now, but with
parable.
the sound off.
The last two plates she held in her hands and thwacked them together. The vibrato of their breaking raced pleasantly up to her face. Is this absolution? She surveyed the field of broken plates
YouTube
and
is
saw
complaining
herself in
because
every shot.
bit
The
rate is a
constant
bit high for
undermining
these
of her
videos.
self-esteem as she failed to
Who's
live up to
complaining?
his expectations
YouTube.
of his perfect partner.
Oh,
There's a
Moments
little
of
note saying
tenderness
that the
that
bit rate
infused
is
hope for a
a bit high.
change, a
What-
I think
relinking
it's
of
because I've
hearts
got
and
it
souls
the
in
video
new
full
parts.
screen at the
Telling us
original resolution.
moments that
Oh, they're
stayed in
gonna
their own
censor us again?
microcosm,
No, it's
refusing to
just
move
warning
forward.
us because it's having
The
to
knife skewering her heart
process
from
it
different
while
angles,
it's going. So
labeled with
I
a
don't know whether
wide
that's going to
variety of
affect the
faces,
quality.
yet with none
Can you
resembling
set
her
it
in the
to lower?
slightest. The timed unraveling of
I
her
can
connections,
try
as his lies, his
on
actions
a
isolated
future
her
one.
from
I don't think
those
we can change this
who
one
chose
while
his
it's
silver
actually running.
tongue over her earthen pleas.
Um,
The irrevocable sundering of a promised
Uh-oh.
forever.
Uh-oh.
She surveyed the
That's-
massacre of the last thing still left undivided
Uh-oh.
after the
We
ravening
just got a
wolves had
note
had their
from
fill.
Amy, and she said that they
This
can
is
hear all
all
of our
that is left
conversation.
of me. Her eyes traversed the broken landscape.
She
A
said we're
spurt of
talking over the
indignation
video.
pushed itself through. Was she really this weak, this beyond repair? No, no. Her marriage might have ended,
Okay,
but she
guys.
had not. She reframed her last thought. This is all that is left of us.
Should we go
It is
back and
time
play hers again?
to move on.
Hi, we're back. I do apologise for that. We didn't realise that we were talking over the video. So
I am sorry, this is our first time.
yes, what we're
Things
going
are going
to
to go wrong.
what we're going to do is we're going to play that one again, and we'll be quiet.
Without our commentary.
Yeah.
Also, somebody mentioned the how to donate. There is a link in
Under
the
the video.
description under the video. Yeah, go there. It takes you directly to Tiltify. We are not seeing any of the money directly. It all goes directly to Red Nose Day. So don't worry about any shadiness happening. This is completely out of our hands. All we are doing is drawing attention and sending people their way. Yeah, do think the reward though, if you want it. Because if we don't have an email, we can't send you the download link.
Yes. So
So
make sure you give us your email address if you want to receive the free ebook download, the holiday stories. So we're going to take it back to Jeff and we're going to zip it and let you.
Yeah, we're going to be very quiet.
Thank you, Amy Knight.
Transferring Brokenness by Indira Reddy. The first plate, shattering on the tile floor, sounded like an explosion. The larger pieces clanged sharply for a few seconds against the floor before quieting down. Still too big. She picked up the larger pieces, raised them above her head, and let them slip from her fingers. A softer thud, a quicker jangle, and a lot more shards. Yes, this would do. She selected another plate, threw it up in the air. It asked beautifully before shattering, sending pieces flying everywhere. She waited for all the pieces to fall, for silence to reassert its claim. Too haphazard, too slow. The next plate went soaring up to punch the ceiling and shower her with shards. Instinctively, she closed her eyes and failed to see their last dance. This too I didn't see. She placed the fourth plate on the floor, holding it down with her foot. She ratcheted up the pressure, bit by bit. She could feel the plate straining under her weight. Suddenly, it gave way with a large crack. An almost perfect parable. The last two plates she held in her hands and thwacked them together. The vibrato of their breaking raced pleasantly up to her face. Is this absolution? She surveyed the field of broken plates and saw herself in every shard, the constant undermining of her self-esteem as she failed to live up to his expectations of his perfect partner. The moments of tenderness that infused hope for a change, a relinking of hearts and souls, a new path, tenuous moments that stayed in their own microcosm, refusing to move forward. The knife skewering her heart from different angles, labeled with a wide variety of faces, yet with none resembling her in the slightest. The timed unraveling of her connections, as his lies, his actions isolated her from those who chose his silver tongue over her earthen pleas. The irrevocable sundering of a promised forever. She surveyed the massacre of the last thing still left undivided, after the ravening wolves had had their fill. This is all that is left of me. Her eyes traversed the broken landscape. A spurt of indignation pushed itself through. Was she really this weak, this beyond repair? No, no. Her marriage might have ended, but she had not. She reframed her last thought. This is all that is left of us. It was time to move on.
And we're back.
Wonderful.
Great. So that was Indira Reddy with Transferring Brokenness. I loved this poem. I really, really did. I felt it was so relatable to so many people. I mean, even if it's not necessarily a toxic relationship, I think everybody has had that relationship, but at the end of it, it just feels like a broken plate. That it was something that has just been smashed.
For me, when I read Transferring Brokenness, I thought Indira did a fantastic job of capturing, actually, she used the word arcing. Sometimes we've all had those relationships that seem to burn hot and fast in the beginning and kind of go out like a falling star. And I think she did a great job of capturing the arc of this particular relationship, whether fiction, whether from experience, whatnot. That's what writers do. We weave a little bit of our own and shared experiences and family and friends and things that we observe. And it's obvious to me that this was written from the heart. It's very authentic. And, you know, we've all heard that as writers, you know, write with blood, write with your blood. Be sincere.
Like what you know.
Because readers know when you're not sincere.
Oh, yes.
And this,
they will see through it.
This spoke sincerity to me, and it was amazing. I'm always amazed, and I'll probably say this more than once throughout this live cast, what our creators do with an ordinary everyday object. I mean, we have so much fun thinking up these prompts, and a plate obviously was perfect for this. Anyway, wonderful job, Indira. And she is a frequent contributor to the Weekly Knob, and we thank you. We thank you for your
And it's always a joy. Anytime she contributes, it is really good.
Yes, so check her out on Medium.
Please do, yes. And the one thing that I also really liked about this, because yes, it's a metaphor, but it's also this sense of just lethargic, just release of frustration. Like the smashing of plates can be such therapy. And I already told my co-editors right before we went live, there are places where you can go. I know that there are, especially in California, that you can rent a room. They will give you protective gear, and you can go in and just smash everything that's in there. They will give you tools. They will give you breakables, and you can just go in and release all of that pent-up energy and frustration and aggression and go out feeling refreshed. I think everybody at some point in their life, perhaps several points in their life, could use something like that just to smash some things.
I can imagine here many people wanted to smash a few plates for this 2020.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Yes, if there is ever a year to smash 2020 would be the year to smash.
Yes, absolutely. Again, okay, awesome, great. So moving on, up next we have Tom Jaston's Empty Plate Blues, which is a poem. Now Tom goes by not quite
Steve
Fisher.
Fisher. Yeah,
Steve
not quite
Fisher
Steve Fisher.
on Medium. He is relatively new to the Weekly Knob, but we were excited to have him join us. Obviously, we still are. He's been a frequent contributor since he's come to the Weekly Knob, and Tom is also a patron supporter. So we want to thank Tom for that. Now his piece that's coming up that you're getting ready to listen to, of course, he's narrated it for us. And he really captures the spirit of the Full Plate Project, the Red Nose Day, Thankmas, all of it. And the reason that we're here, asking you to donate and sharing with you the Weekly Knob, the generous stories and poetry, is to entertain you and bring you to some awareness, but also to ask you to think about those who don't have enough, who will not have enough because of the pandemic, because of their social, financial situation, whatever it is. So Tom captures all of that beautifully in Empty Plate Blues. Does he not, Aura?
Oh, really. And he starts off straight out of the gate, like really strong. I love the first few lines.
And I'm not going to spoil it. His opening line hooked me right in. And we were talking about that before we went live cast. So, Jeff?
Yep, I'll start it up.
Empty Plate Blues. A plate that colludes with just knives, forks and spoons is as irrelevant as some space-time with fresh laundered moons. The night sky might be prettier, but that means not a thing when millions of children are under it, sick and starving. We all know there is plenty of food for all plates, but corruption and greed just plain complicates the movement of handful of wheat, grain or fruit to the mouth and then stomach, the life-giving route that is hijacked by politics and men far too rich to consider the plight of kids who are fighting that itch of necessity, nutrition, and clean water to drink, quelling the hunger that may bring them back from the brink of death. That is not some aphorism that is built for this rhyme. That is truth. Kids are dying right now at this time as you sip your Earl Grey or your vino of choice. And this poem is to try and give those youngsters a voice that says, please can you help me? Because I'm down on my knees and I'm proud, but I cannot continue. So please give me half of the price of your milky latte. And if survival is mine, I will turn to anyone or their God and will say that this life I did not choose, but I try all the same. Now put yourself in my shoes that I have never had, and then you can die of your shame.
Are we back?
Sorry, I was muted. Yes, we're back.
I feel like looking at this screen, I feel
We'll get the hang of this, people. We will indeed get the hang of this, but bear with us.
like I'm in the Brady Bunch. I want to start singing, here's a story about a lovely lady. Anyway, okay, sorry. All right, what was your impressions of Empty Plate Blues?
Empty Plate Blues, it is very strong. It is very to the point that this is what is happening, this is what is needed. Just the thought that for the price of your coffee, I mean, I personally don't like milk in my coffee, but that doesn't matter because when I go out and buy a coffee, I never stop and realize that, oh damn, I'm paying $5-6 for a cup of coffee because I feel like coffee right now. And for me personally, it's not even about a pick-me-up because I will happily drink 10 cups of coffee a day and not really feel it. I am addicted, I'm aware. But
hello.
Sorry. That's Aura's cute son, Kyle, folks. Okay. Yeah, we're all addicted to something.
Yes.
Aren't we?
Anyway, so yes, this
Our
price
world
of
is-
coffee, this could feed someone. It legit could feed someone who doesn't have anything. And it's not something you think about when you go stand in line at Starbucks. It's not something you should think about when you go and stand in line at Starbucks, because you probably just need your coffee at that moment. You need your fix, and that's okay. But also it's good to think about, like, hey, we could choose to go without for 1 hour and have somebody else have more than they have.
Yes.
And that is, something that sometimes you just have to stand and, I hate to be the one going like, but sometimes you have to check your privilege. And that is a good way to just like, I'm not really suggesting you should die in your shame, but if you never stand and stop and think about that, then yeah, maybe you should take a bit of a look at yourself.
I can tell you something about the writing of this. Tom's two things. I mean, for a writer to be able to hit the target, not only with their title, which a lot of times I feel like writers will throw away their title. They don't give enough attention to the titles, whether it's a poem or a short story. But Tom has taken his title, Empty Plate Blues. So you've got that. And then his first line, a plate that colludes with just knives, forks, and spoons. So when you have that piece and that first line, it's like everything is right there. He's saying an empty plate. And I just love that. And of course, he hooked me in and told me through this amazing structure and poem that he put together, he told me everything I already know, but needed to be reminded about, because that's really, what we're doing. We're reminding people. And, I don't know about you guys, but I don't always like to be reminded of all the negatives and the darkness and so forth in the world, because it's disheartening. But when writers do it well and they weave those things into something that is entertaining and moving, I'm more open to it. And Tom has accomplished that with Empty Plate Blues, hands down.
Yes. In defense of writers, for just a moment, titles are hard. Okay, I get it. I completely get that titles can be a thing. Like, I have written stories that just flow from word to word to word. I have no problem with them. And then I can sit for days just looking at what am I going to do for the title, because titles are hard. But it is a space that is often neglected and often just put something in there and then kind of hope that your audience knows you're writing well enough not to be put off by a really bad title, because titles are hard. Titles are really hard. But when you do it well, when you have that moment of aha, this is the thing, then it does make a story better from the get-go. So you should spend time on it, but yeah, don't get too bogged down by it.
All right.
And I just saw we are over halfway to our goal. This is amazing. When I set this goal up, I thought that $500 was very ambitious. But you know what? The knob has always been very ambitious. So why not? And it looks like we're actually going to do this, because we are 3 stories in right now. We still have a lot to go, and we are not leaving until we have shown you every story that every writer has taken the time to record for us. But hey, this is fantastic. This is so amazing. So let me just thank you, Sebastian. Thank you, Dan and Sandy. Thank you, Jack and Deb. Thank you, Nicole. Thank you, Anonymous, whoever you may be. Thank you, Catherine. Thank you, Jerry. Thank you, Julie. Thank you, Trey. And thank you, Tinny. We know
That'd be
that's
John.
Yeah, that's John. But thank you all so much. We
Yes.
are right now at $305 raised. Now, I might not have mentioned it yet, but Red Nose Day actually has a matching donor for the whole Thankmas effort. They are going to match up to $1.5 million US dollars. So that $305 that we have raised so far will actually be worth $610, which is amazing. This is at least 6 families with great holiday meals that they couldn't have afforded through the COVID crisis. That is amazing. I am so proud
of the Weekly Knob community. I am so proud of you all, and thank you for coming on and sticking with our first time foibles. And thank you, Amy, for the urgent email letting us know that we were tromping all over our first audio.
Yeah, we're sorry about that.
Yeah. If you stick with us, I promise you by the end of this, we'll probably get really comfortable.
We will get better as time goes on.
We will get better.
It's all a learning experience, and the Weekly Knob is all about learning experiences. And that is another thing that we actually love about the Weekly Knob, because we have so many writers who will join in, maybe not week after week, but every other week at least. You can just see them grow. You can just see their skill improving story after story. And it is so great to see. It is
that's one of my favorite parts about being an editor for the Weekly Knob is watching developing writers come in and get better and better. And a lot of them leave us. They kind of leave the nest and fly on.
Yeah, they outgrow us.
To bigger, better things. And that's fine. It does not hurt.
Amazing.
It doesn't hurt our feelings a bit, as long as you remember and come back and see us occasionally. So yeah.
Yeah, and join in. Like, give some tips, give some hints. Medium has it really easy to give private notes, and it's always better to hear, excuse me, you used the wrong form of whatever word you were trying to use, than just leave it in there and, nobody cares, because then it really does feel like nobody cares. So don't be afraid to help each other out.
Yeah.
And we've seen that. We've seen people who both written for the Weekly Knob for a while, starting editing each other's stories. Because it is almost impossible to completely edit your own writing. Your brain knows what you're wanting to say, and you will see what you wanted to say.
That's right.
So everybody needs an editor. Even if you are an editor,
yes,
you still need an editor.
Absolutely. So the story we have up next is
Hot Licks by Stuart James.
And by Stuart James.
Yes.
Right.
I love this title. Let me just tell you that right away, Hot Licks. As soon as I saw that title, I thought, this is going to be good. And
it was a story that really resonated with me. I'll tell a little bit about it later. But and he does it in a way that it doesn't make it too depressing, because this is a theme that very, very easily could get very depressing.
Yes.
But it's fun and it's great.
Let's listen to Stuart narrate Hot Licks for us.
Some people say I have a waist problem. I tell them it's because I have button jeans. While readers won't have much trouble with that statement, listeners will need it spelling out, so here goes. My maternal grandmother's family name was Button. I've mentioned this before. Again, listeners, you'll just have to trust me. There's a link. And I hate to see food wasted. This can cause argument. My maternal grandmother was a significant but distant presence in my early life, as she lived in another country, 6,000 miles away. I spent a few months either side of my 5th birthday with her there, where she taught me to read and write, and she spent a similar period in my family home when I was about 10. In between those times, she would send me regular parcels of the funny pages from her Sunday newspaper, which is how I learned about American culture, Blondie and Dagwood, Lil Abner, and whatever lay between. I have a lot to be grateful to her for. Anyway, when she stayed with us, she developed, or as it now seems to me, revealed, a habit of offering to take everyone's plates to the kitchen at the end of the meal. Sometime into this arrangement, my mother or father or I followed close behind for some reason and found Granny licking all the plates clean. Now, be advised, this was my mother's kitchen in England in the 1960s. Food was not that scarce, portions were not that small, that anyone in my family went hungry. On the other hand, it was unheard of for anyone to leave food on their plate. My mother wouldn't serve anyone with something she knew they wouldn't eat. Granny was licking up the last of the gravy, scouring the scrapings of mashed potato that cutlery left behind, from everyone's plate. We made a joke of it. If I'd licked my plate, I'd have been chastised for my rudeness. I know, because I occasionally did, and was. Where Granny was concerned, it was different. Licking plates was just what she did, and it was funny because we all agreed so. Nobody asked, and I never wondered, why she did it. It was half a century before I found out about her childhood. In the late 1800s, as now, opinions differed over whether poverty should be alleviated or punished. Municipal authorities tasked with operating workhouses for the relief of the destitute balanced the argument by providing both alleviation and punishment at the same time. My grandmother first entered Lambeth Workhouse at the age of 2. 10 years on, she was still there. For all I know, licking one's plate was encouraged in the workhouse. Oliver Twist was a documentary. Not eating every scrap of food on offer, however poor its quality, would mean going hungrier than necessary. Wasting it would amount to a sin. My grandmother passed that rule on to her children, and it came down to me. I'm the go-to guy when there's a mixing bowl to clean, and I have an armoury of spatulas to assist me in the task. Not much goes down the kitchen drain in my house. I like a clean plate. I'm known for it. When I'm done, only the definitely not edible, the bare bones, remains. It's almost as rare now as it was in my childhood for me not to finish a meal. I take a dim view of restaurants that serve far more than most people can manage because I know I will try to eat it all, regardless of the physical discomfort. My mental well-being demands it. I was never as poor as my grandmother must have been. I've been hungry. I haven't starved. First time there was too much month left at the end of my money, there was at least some backup food in the cupboard. The second time I applied for and was granted a credit card. And after far longer than I might have predicted, I was able to do without it. Now, with more years behind me than my grandmother achieved, I've got everything I need. And still, I'm sometimes tempted to lick my plate. I don't, of course. Well, not if anyone's watching.
We're back.
And we're back. That was Hot Licks, and I really enjoyed the story. I'm a sucker for puns. I love the puns it starts off with. I love that Stuart had in mind that he was supposed to narrate this to kind of explain, like, there's readers and there's listeners. For me, it started off in the best way ever. Like, I just love puns. My kids grown at me a lot. So yeah. The other thing that was so noticeable was that, yeah, if you experience hunger at any point of your life, it will change your life dramatically. Mm-hmm. I remember listening to the stories about my grandma. She knew me briefly. I can't say I've ever known her, but she survived the winter in the war. And there were stories about her just getting into a panic when the pantry was running low, even though she could go out and go to the supermarket, because she had experienced that hunger. Her relationship with food was just completely changed forever. And that is not really something anybody should ever have to go through. So this is also a story that really, really drives home the message that we should do everything we can to ensure that nobody goes hungry. It is not fun. It is one of the most basic human needs. And living with too little food, living with food insecurity, that is no way to live. That is no way to grow up. That is just, it will mess with you.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that's what I said. Like, he could have really taken this theme to some very depressing places, but it was so lighthearted and it was great.
It was a lot. It was actually fun. I love that Stuart shared his grandmother with the readers of the Weekly Knob, with all of us, and this particular story. A lot of the Weekly Knob writers brought in family, which is an interesting and actual people and experiences from their families. And it just, again, amazed me at where we go with an object, a symbolic object like a plate, and then food, and you automatically think about coming together. And I know several of our writers went down that road and dug deep like Stuart did, and showed us their families. And I just love that. And Stuart has such a easy wit, and he's such an excellent and articulate writer. I know he's over in the UK, and his stories are always entertaining and informative. I mean, I don't know if he was a teacher or whatnot at some point, but I just loved this story. And it touched a nerve with me too, because I will actually eat stale food so it doesn't go to waste. I'm so it's terrible. I mean, not beyond a certain point, but
Yeah.
I've been known to, because of waste. It just kills me to throw away something good or waste things. And there's so much waste, food
There
waste.
is way too much waste. Yes.
In this country, in the United States, and I know in other developed nations too. And it's criminal when you think about it. So anyway, that's what that story brought up for me. And thank you to Stuart. He is a frequent contributor of the Weekly Knob, and actually I miss it when I don't see one of his stories come up in the submission queue. So thanks.
I think I always enjoy Stuart's stories. Like you said, they are always relatable, and he does make them always funny. So
Yes.
So we
Ready to move on, Ara?
Yeah, I think we are getting more family. We are getting a family gathering
yes,
by Trelo.
Oh, awesome. Great.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. And it's so, like you said, so many people brought it to family, but that only makes sense because food, it's nourishment, but it's always social. When we talk about creating goodwill, we talk about breaking bread with someone. Like, food has always been a part of society. Like, how we treat food actually says a whole lot.
When you've been away and you go home and you visit friends and family, or especially your mother or your father, what is the first thing they want to do for you?
Feed you.
They want to feed you, because food is love. Really, people feed one another, and to share that plate and share that food, that is a loving thing to do. That cooking for someone. I know I don't cook a lot, but when I cook for my spouse, you know, he'll eat it because he knows that I put effort into that food is love. So
to a point where you actually don't want to cook if it's just for yourself. You grab something quick. Like, if you cook for loved ones, you are always putting in more effort. At least in my experience, when you're feeding other people, you're putting in the time, you're putting in the effort. You want to create this, not just this meal, but this experience. Mm-hmm. And the food takes center stage. And the poem or story, it's a poem, right? It's a free verse. Yes. Yeah. It really touches on that. Like, sure, the food takes center stage, but the food is actually not why we do it. We do it for the connection. We do it for being social.
I love the nuances in Trey's poem as well, a family gathering. Poetry is often obviously it lends itself to several readings, and it's like a diamond that you'll turn in the light and you'll see a different facet each time you come back and you read it. And Trey's poetry is often like that for me, my experience. And before we get on, I'm gonna plug, Trey Lothold.
Oh, her books, yes.
And she has put out several books, which I am lucky enough to own copies of. And I love this picture of her on the back of pinwheels and hula hoops. Trey is an adept poet, no doubt about that. And when you go through and you see, she'll use a phrase like, I feel it in my bones. Bones, I mean, bones are part of meals too, meat, and there's different, I suppose, I don't know if double entendre is the right word.
There's layers to her poem.
There are layers to it. And on the face of it, it's very accessible, every man kind of. It's not too flowery and over your head, or it's very direct and accessible, but it's also very layered, and the whole of the poem will capture an entire sentiment and feeling. And I love that about Trey's writing. So that's all I have to say on it. How about one of you?
How about we share the poem?
Yes.
I think that's a great idea.
A family gathering, an audio poem. They tell us we can't gather. It isn't safe. I feel it in my bones. Things will never be the same again. I want to hug my mother. I want to touch the softest parts of my partner. I want to be able to do what I used to do without the fear of losing my life over it. A simple thing, a hug, is now a death sentence, and I am too fragile to think it otherwise. Paranoia has a field day with me, and I allow it. So what do? I think of past gatherings where my family and I had loads of laughs and bellies filled with every best dish one could ever dream of. Gravy spilling over the boat, rice so fluffy it's cloud-like, meat cooked perfectly, sizzling in our ears. Our plates would be piled with every delectable morsel, eyes bigger than our stomachs. Those were the good times, and I miss them. I sit back in my chair and reminisce. When will I have this again? Why do I pressure myself with such thoughts? It'll only upset me. But at that moment, the moment of in-depth recollection, I embrace what family is about. As much as I like to think it is the most important, food isn't the main reason why we gather. No, it's an accompaniment to our happiness when we congregate. No matter who you are and what family you came from, gathering is a pastime that brings peace to the souls of many. Food is the icing on the cake of satisfaction. I'd bet we all would love to be able to safely fill our plates until the edges disappear. But now we'll have to settle for the memories.
And we're back.
Awesome. Great.
And we were actually joined by Trey in the chat for a little bit. Hey, I'm so happy you could make it.
Oh, wonderful. Hi, Trey.
So yeah, like I said, fantastic poem. I really do love that feeling of family and longing for the family. And oh, by the way, Trey also has another story on the YouTube channel from the Weekly Knock, also featuring food and family. So this is a recurring theme.
Oh, wow. Well, that's wonderful. And Trey, I want to thank Trey Lothold also for her unwavering support of the Weekly Knob. She came in with us early on, and she has been absolutely wonderful, very supportive, as she is of all writers at any development level. Trey is quite a unique individual, a very talented writer. You can find her on Medium, and she has her own publication. Help me. I just drew a blank.
Oh, let's see.
A Cornered Girl.
Yes.
Cornered Girl, and of course she's editing, and her Trey is not a Johnny come lately to writing. She's been doing this a long time. Her minor is in writing. She has her Bachelor of Science in psychology and a minor in writing.
That makes sense.
You know, Trey's one to watch. She is one to watch for writing. I've always felt this about her. She's going somewhere with it, and she has a plan, and we thank her. She's also a patron of the Weekly Knob, and we thank her for her support and her frequent contributions to the publication.
For sure. And again, just to remind everybody, all the links are in the description down below. Yes. So the Tiltify link is in there. There's also a link to the Weekly Knob. There's also a link to the Weekly Knob's Patreon if you would like to support us. Greatly appreciate it. We do try to distribute what we get to our writers frequently in the form of the power prompts. We are going to kick off the new year with a new power prompt. So be prepared for that. Yeah, it is a great thing that we're doing right here. Everybody has been so generous. I saw that there was more of the, oh, I lost the page. Let me see, Tiltify. We have more donations. We have thank you, Mike, for the $5, and thank you, Tom. You are all so generous. And don't forget to click on the rewards button and give us your email if you want the ebook, because we will need your email.
You got to get the ebook. You definitely want the ebook.
It is a great collection of stories, but if you and if somehow it didn't work in Tiltify, if Tiltify didn't ask you for your email, let us know. We do have an email. I'll ask our moderator, Chicken Permission, to put the email for the Weekly Knob in. If Tiltify didn't give you a prompt, we will email the download link to you, because the ebook is great. And it's a really fun collection of stories. It goes from heartwarming to just fun to a little bit of mystery in there. We've got everything. And there are so many talented writers who give their permission to put these into the collection, these great stories.
Yes.
So,
and don't go anywhere. Don't anybody go anywhere, because we have our first writer interview live coming up with Rick Post after we finish with this block of stories. So don't go anywhere. He's going to come on live with us. He's so brave.
We actually have his story up next, and he'll be joining us.
Right. After we do his story. Absolutely.
Which is Magna-Dine.
And there's always going to be one or two stories every week that just straight up surprise us. And for me this week, it was Rick Post's
Magna-Dine.
Magna-Dine, yes, that's the title of it.
Mm-hmm.
I love this. And actually, I should mention before we let it fly, Magna-Dine is, if you go to our homepage on the Weekly Knob, it is one of our feature selections for this round, this edition. And I would say this to you all, if you've looked at the edition, if any of our writers are on live with us right now, every week you make it so difficult for us to pick just 3 selections. Each one of the editors picks out their selection. And Magna-Dine is in the feature spot along with 3 other actually great stories this week. So let's let Rick Post read Magna-Dine for us.
Magna-Dine by Rick Post. The Veloport set us down on the waist-high weeds that had clawed their way through the asphalt of the driveway. I hadn't been back here in 100 years. when I was 10 years old. Now I had returned with my great-grandchildren, Emma Lazen, age 10, and Andreas, age 12, Amy and Andy. My granddaughter hated when I called them that. It sounded so old-fashioned. She also hated this field trip to my ancestral home. Whatever. Great-grandparents had a certain leeway in flaunting the wishes of their offspring. Great-grandkids needed to learn history. The doors of the Villeport slid open, announcing our arrival. I pushed through the weeds toward the front porch. The entire house leaned to the right, but it seemed sturdy enough for our brief inspection. You used to live here? Amy asked. My grandparents did, I said. Your great-great-great-grandparents or something like that. I used to visit. How did they manage? Andy asked while looking around at the expanse of empty fields. What do you mean? I asked. Way out here. How? The nearest town was only 20 miles away. They had electricity, running water, and cars. Cars? Amy asked. Automobiles, Andy volunteered. Petroleum-fueled transportation. They ran on gas, I said. No, Grandpa. Gas is what they emitted, Andy said with the confidence of a 12-year-old. Gasoline is a petroleum-based liquid that powered them, I said. They called it gas. Gas in and gas out, Andy observed. I guess that's right. I took a key from my pocket and unlocked the door. Let's look inside. The door stuck and then creaked open. The house shuddered. I wondered if my first impressions of sturdiness were overly optimistic. Andy and Amy skirted past me, and decades of dust rose to greet them. It's so dark, Amy said. Andy entered the kitchen and opened a cabinet. He reached in and pulled out a plate. What's this? It's a plate, I said. A plate? People used to eat off of it. Why? Andy asked. How? Amy asked. They would put their food on it and then eat off of it. I took the plate from Andy and traced the pattern with my finger. Memories flooded over me. Then they'd throw it away, right? Andy asked. No, they'd wash it and reuse it. Gross, Amy said. Why didn't they just use Magna-Dines? Andy asked. They didn't have the technology to create dishes from magnetic fields back then, I said. There were paper plates that they would use once and throw away. I've read about the waste, Andy said. Every person threw away their body weight in trash every day. Amy crossed her arms and nodded her head with certainty. I don't think it was quite that bad, I said. That's what my teacher told us, Amy insisted. That may be an exaggerafact, I said. Plates went out of fashion about the same time that facts did. It used to be true and false. Now there were several shades of each. I still knew the difference. Andy opened the refrigerator. To my relief, a green cloud of nauseous gas didn't escape. The only things inside were some canned soda, beer, and bottled water. They would fetch a decent price on antiquities. Andy took a bottled water gingerly between his thumb and forefinger and lifted it from the fridge. What's mineral water? That's spring water, directly from the earth, I said, creating my own pseudo-fact. He squeezed the bottle. It's squishy. That's a plastic bottle, I said. Plastic? Andy dropped the bottle like it had bitten him. Plastics almost killed us. A lot of things almost killed us, I said, thinking back on atomic bombs. Like gasoline-powered cars, Andy said. Yeah, like those. I returned the plate to the cupboard. Okay, let's get back home. My granddaughter was right. This field trip was a bad idea.
And we're back with Rick Post.
Hi, welcome.
Hi, thanks for having me.
Blues.
Wow.
A plate that colludes
This
with
is
just
unusual to
knives.
get to see live people.
Sorry, sorry, we weren't actually back. I accidentally clicked the wrong thing. Do apologise for that, everybody. Now we're back with Rick Post.
First time
Hi,
people
welcome.
hang with.
Welcome to our live stream, Rick.
Well,
Can
thanks
you
for
hear us
having me.
okay?
Yes, I can hear it.
Hey,
Fine.
we're thrilled that you could set aside some time to join us. Absolutely. This is the first time we've done this, so we're probably a little nervous. You might be a little nervous, but we're just going to talk about something that we all love, which is writing, and something that you actually do very well.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome. I was telling my co-editors about your book. And I want to make sure that we talk about that after we go through your story and so forth.
Okay.
And I'd like to I'd like to hear how Introspectors is doing. So we just heard you read Magna-Dine. Is there, you know how writers are, we'll write a story and we'll go back and look at it. Is there anything you feel like you might have left out of that story, or that you would go back and change about it, or do you just love it the way it is?
Well, I wish I had a nice British accent so I could have read it like some of the other ones.
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you.
No, I like to keep my stories kind of short. So, you know, if there's anything, I cut stuff out of stories more than add to them.
Yes, yes. Good point. So, Rick, you know, all of us that write, some of us write for different reasons, and we were kind of curious about how you got started in writing. What inspired you to start writing short stories and fiction novels?
Well, I've been writing since I was a kid. I can't remember a time that I didn't write. All that stuff was rubbish back then, but at least I was writing.
Yes,
and
yes.
Yeah, I like writing novels, and I got into Medium a couple of years ago and started writing short stories, and I really like the format. And, you know, with the weekly knob and the prompts, it really gets me away from, if I'm working on a novel, then I have a prompt, I can get out of that and go write a prompt for a week and then get back into the novel a little refreshed. So.
That's excellent. Good.
I hadn't thought about that, but that actually makes a lot of sense, because whenever I try to do something longer than a short story, as I'm writing, all of these ideas will just come up from out of nowhere and really irritate me because I am busy doing something. But if you can then just take a little break from that, work out some ideas, you might just go back with a more refreshed mind.
Mm-hmm.
That is actually a really good tip.
And there's some things that I've had to cut out of my novel, and I found that I can work those into a short story, so I don't just have to throw them away.
Oh, that's great. Good. I don't know any writer that throws anything out of their draft folders and so forth. It's actually, if you can take the time and go back through all those pieces and parts, you can come up with some great ideas that for starting a new project even.
Mm-hmm.
So you're talking about, are you working on a new book, Rick?
Yes, I'm working on a couple actually. So.
My, wow. Excellent. Okay. Well, we won't make you spoil any of it, but I do want to come back to your book, Introspectors, when we get a chance to. So we kind of touched on this, but what would you say for you as a writer has been your single biggest hurdle to your practice, to the discipline of actually sitting down and getting words on paper?
Well, I think getting the words down, that's not really been an issue, but once you finish it and try to get it out there and get it seen, you know, marketing has been my biggest hurdle. And there's so many books out there every day, it's just hard to get noticed.
Yep.
So
yep.
I think that's the biggest hurdle in, you know, getting stuff going.
Yes, true. I absolutely agree. Now, do you write every day?
No, I don't. I think every day.
Me neither. You know, I've heard there's a lot of advice out there on writing, and there are many people that advocate writing every day, not waiting until the muse or inspiration strikes you, because actually sitting down and engaging in the practice could open that door to that and so forth. But personally, I've never been able to get myself to that place where I sit down and I suppose it's discipline that writers are really challenged at cultivating that discipline to be able to write every day.
I tried the National Novel Writing Month in November a couple of times, where you're kind of forced and held accountable for writing every day. I strangely didn't find it as helpful as it sounded at first glance. Like, writing every day doesn't actually really improve your writing. I felt that finishing stories, like getting them on paper, looking them over, working with people and hearing feedback, finishing stories does much more for your craft than writing every day. Because I can write this shopping list every day. That doesn't mean that it's going to make me a better writer.
Right.
So I think it's much more to do with getting good feedback.
Don't you all agree too that you have to set the time aside to read? Reading
Yes.
is very important to me as a writer. I think, and can be very inspiring as well. Now, I don't do a lot of reading online, pretty much, except for our work with the Weekly Knob. But I don't read a lot online. I'm still a book person. Does that make me old?
No. That makes you a person with access to bookstores, because that is my problem. Is I don't really have that much access to the bookstores, so that leaves me the internet and ebooks. Mm-hmm. So it's sometimes just, you have to read online because that's all there is. And I know that some people might have a preference for it, and that's great, but sometimes it's necessity.
Sure. So, Rick, when you were developing a story for the plate prompt, mm-hmm. How did that work out for you? Where did you start? You went with the futuristic science fiction theme, which I love. We're all geeks in the room. We can speak freely. So, how did you get there? Can you share that with us a little bit?
Sure. Yeah. With every prompt, I take the prompt. In this case, it was a plate, and you look for characteristics of a plate, like they're flat, they're round, they can break. You try to come up with something that might spark a story from that, and that wasn't working for me. So I started thinking about what different types of plates, and one that came to me was a commemorative plate, like you've seen your grandparents had on the walls. And I was thinking, what's the point? You can't eat off of it. And then I began to think, what will people think of our plates 100 years from now? They probably won't even use plates. They'll think it's gross. And that was the key. And I'm like, now I have something to write about.
I love that. And that's such solid advice, Rick, to give developing writers about, especially about what we do. We're, the Weekly Knob is unique in throwing out an object. And that's not unique in itself for writers. I know people have been prompting writers for years, but just really trying to make those objects as ordinary as possible, that then you go through that process of how do I make that into a story, mm-hmm. and integrate it in a way that the story would collapse if you took it out. And so what you're saying is, when we start and we actually think about the object, sit down and think about it before you start writing, and the qualities and characteristics and you just start. I know a lot of people will use the internet and look up stuff, and that sort of starts that line of thinking, mm-hmm. going. But, that's the beginning of it. It still takes a commitment to a story, and to make a story that doesn't drop off in the middle or the end, that it's kind of full circle, that it's whole, like a plate. Mm-hmm. And I think that is a challenge for developing writers, but it is definitely not a challenge for Rick Post.
That is true. What I really, that had me chuckling through the story is that the kids thought it was disgusting to eat off a reusable plate.
Yeah.
While they were so focused on clean living and not messing up the planet more than that. And we are getting this message over and over again: reuse, recycle, reuse. And then in the future, with different technology, reusing is something like, wait, really? You used it more than once? You washed it? Are you sure you washed it well?
Right.
That was so funny to me. And another thing that was so funny, you kept into this theme that we have going of family. It was still there. It was still generations of family, just in a way that to me was completely unexpected. It was such a delight to read your story.
Well, thank you.
It is kind of amazing that we throw this prompt out there, and writers are obviously, they're not talking with each other, but we usually, in an edition, in a collection of stories each week, we get one or two emerging themes that come up that people will pick up on. And obviously with this one, there was a lot of family connotations and stories and so forth and references, which makes perfect sense to us. Your writing has been I lost my train of thought. Okay, it happens. Well, Rick, we want to know from you, actually, what is your favorite thing about submitting and writing stories and reading the Weekly Knob? What's your favorite thing about the publication?
Well, it's just a challenge. I'm kind of addicted to it because you get a new prompt every week, and it's a challenge to, get your imagination going and in a different way. Because I try to write things that are unique, so it's kind of hard to do that every week. I don't send a submission every week because I just don't quite get the story every week. So yeah, the ones that I do submit, I'm proud of, and I like being challenged.
Absolutely. And we love your stories. I always love to see a Rick Post story come into the queue. And as a matter of fact, I did want to talk a little bit about how long has Introspectors been available on Amazon? I can't remember when I bought a copy of it, and I am. Oh, you're welcome. Thank you. Also, before I forget, thank you for your patronage to the Weekly Knob. We super appreciate it. But as I'm one of those people that reads 3 or 4, 5 books at a time, I'll have them going. So, but I'm not quite through Introspectors yet, so I can't spoil the ending. But I will say, it's excellent. It is wonderful reading. It's I love the idea that you took where these two people connect and they both have the same gift and they can hear each other's thoughts and so forth. Can you tell us a little bit about it? Tell me how the book is doing, by the way. And
well, I ran out of my advertising budget, so I'm not advertising it anymore. So
I hear you.
It's really kind of stagnant right now.
Well, I'm going to advertise it for you right here, folks. If I'm going to tell our live stream, I don't know how many people are on, but see, here is the cover of Rick Post Introspectors. Excellent story. It's actually very fresh. I was very impressed. I didn't know quite what to think from the variety of stories that we have enjoyed from you at the Weekly Knob, but it's great. You can find that on Amazon.com. Just go ahead and search in Kindle for Rick Post Introspectors, and you'll be able to get a hold of his book.
I do have a funny story about the cover.
Awesome. Okay.
Okay, this is the paperback, and there's a gun down in the corner. And on yours, there is no gun.
Oh, no, there isn't.
And when I went to advertise it, they wouldn't let me do an advertisement with a gun used in a threatening manner. So I had to take the gun out of the cover for the advertising.
I'll be darned. Well,
I'm speechless. How do you do thrillers? How do you do?
You can't have a gun pointing at anybody or in a threatening manner. So.
Sounds like our experience with a few stories we tried to publish to our YouTube channel initially when we first had gotten off the ground, and YouTube censored us because of a few different things, but language or whatnot. We have a few colorful writers who used some colorful language, and they didn't like it. We got it worked out though. We have to put up some disclaimers and so forth, and so they know that it is fiction. And anyway, yeah, it's an interesting world we live in, and what a challenge for writers in wading into that pool of marketing themselves or trying to gain traction in a market that is absolutely flooded. Really,
exactly.
It's almost like, who doesn't write today? And I certainly don't begrudge anyone the pastime and craft of writing. Of course not. I just don't know I don't know how we break through. Do you guys have any tips on that?
Not quite yet, but it is such an issue that I actually went back to university to study marketing, because I wanted those tools without spending whatever I could make on my writing on a marketing team. So I would much rather invest that in myself and then maybe help others in the future. But this is an issue. This is a real issue, and we're aware of it. And yeah, you can either, like you said, have a budget for marketing and then it runs out, and then what?
Right.
It's difficult. It's a struggle.
I suppose the first thing is that you've got to love the craft. You've got to love writing, and that has to be your primary.
You got to build an audience.
Well, your primary reason for engaging in this creative activity. It helps if it's for yourself, because I think in a world that's so highly competitive, it's easy to get soured, or feel downtrodden or lose hope and so forth. But if you love what you do and you love the work of that creating, and that has its own reward, I suppose is what I'm trying to say. Although that does not pay the bills. And as we come back to the reason that we're all here on the live stream, it doesn't put food on the plate. And we all get that. We're sensitive to that. What a world it would be if we could all do the one thing that we loved all the time. There'd be no war, hunger, none of that. That wouldn't be going on. Right?
We can hope.
We can hope. Rick, hey, we are so grateful to you for coming on, taking some time out of your Sunday to join us. And as always, we're thankful for the stories that you submit. We are glad that we can be a part of your creative journey. And we're so thankful for your support. We really do appreciate you.
Great, of
and
course.
Good luck on your next two novels. I can't wait to read them.
Okay, yes. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks for coming on, Rick.
Hey, thank you.
Merry Thankmas.
So I just wanted to announce that for a little while, we were in the top 30 of fundraisers for Thankmas.
Oh, wow.
Because yes, we are at 350 right now. $350 raised, which would make it, with the matching donor, it would be $700.
That's fantastic.
For Wednesday, for people who won't have the ability to put a holiday feast together this holiday. And we are making a difference here.
The total raised for Thankmas so far is 1.3 million.
Oh, wow. Wow.
That is
and we're a part of the Weekly Knob is a part of that.
These are all creators on the internet, all united in trying to entertain people, and we're all just getting together to do this great thing.
And what a cool way to do it too.
I am having fun. This is great.
I know that we haven't really talked about where we're all at and so forth. And maybe our listeners and writers on the Weekly Knob might be interested to know, to pinpoint us on the map. I'll go first. I am in a little town called Alma, Arkansas. And I know you will probably never have heard of it. So Jeff, where are you from?
I'm from the UK, obviously. If my accent wasn't given away, down in the boot end in the southwest in sunny Devon.
Down in the boot, the southwest, and Aura.
I am currently in Aruba, and that is a island which doesn't appear on maps and is actually mostly famous by the song Kokomo, because that's what it starts with.
Aruba, Jamaica. Oh, okay.
Exactly.
Good
That's
point.
what people know us from. So you might have heard of it, but it's not because we're that amazing or anything. It's just because we happen to be in a very popular song. Yeah, it's part of the Dutch kingdom. I am originally Dutch. I migrated here way back in '89.
Uh-huh.
So I've actually almost always known life on Aruba. It's a tiny island, but it's fun and
life on the island. And we
connected to all of you.
Oh, that's sweet. And we should say hats off to the island of Aruba and the people. They have been so diligent about their safety precautions. They are down in an island. If you think about it, for the global pandemic, it could go very bad very quickly. It would not take that virus long to decimate.
It was very dicey for a while there.
Very dicey. They only have 6 ICU beds, Art was telling me. And because the people have been so diligent and dedicated in their anti-COVID practices, they are down to just 90 some cases, and they have been able to keep one another safe. Hats off to Aruba. Great example for the rest of us that we should be following, obviously. And we bring up the global pandemic because, and you might be tired of hearing of it, but the global pandemic ties in with the Red Nose Day and the Full Plate Project because of the impact that it's had on people already at the poverty level and with their food security and so forth. So that's why I bring it up. And I just would urge anybody that's listening and so forth to please take care of yourself and take care of the people that you love by observing all the precautions.
Every community can use it. Every community can use help. If you're able to help, if you don't want to support a charity like Red Nose Day, I mean, I get it. Sometimes you want to stay closer to home. That's great. There's going to be food banks. There's going to be food pantries for those who are hit. One advice though, if you are thinking about donating to a food bank, please donate money. These places almost always have arrangements with wholesalers in the area, and you might pay $1 for a can of tuna. For that $1 they might be able to get 3 cans of tuna. So really, it will be so much better spent. The money will be so much better spent if it goes directly to the food bank. Let them get what they need. The food drives that you see, I mean, that's great if it's already in your pantry anyway and you're not going to use it. For sure, don't make any more waste. But if you're going out with the intent of buying food for the food bank, please consider just donating. Because it just, at this point, we have to think about efficiency. There are so many people just, let me see, I wrote this down. In the world, just in 2020, there will be 265 million people facing hunger because of everything that happened with COVID. This is just an enormous crisis. And at this point, we can't just do it because we are wanting to do something. We have to be efficient about it.
Mm-hmm. Good point.
Just in the US alone, there's going to be 18 million children facing food insecurity. So please, if you can, if it's just $1, everything counts right now. Please donate. Donate to Red Nose. There's a link in the description below this video. We're getting rated. I just heard that we are getting rated. So hello, newcomers.
Hello, Jack.
Hello, is that Jack?
Yes.
Jack himself is rating us.
Jack's up to
Oh wow!
Welcome.
We have 3.4 viewers.
Oh wow!
So yes, excitement all around. Welcome.
Well,
we are a community of creative writers. We are donating to Red Nose Day under Thankmas. If you donate $5 via our stream, please click the reward. It will prompt you for an email. We will send you a link to download an ebook. It's written by some of our very, very great writers in the Weekly Knob. We do this every week. That's the weekly of the Weekly Knob. We give a single prompt of a mundane object, and people have 5 days to take that object, create it into a story, write it out, edit it, and then we publish it in 5 days. Every week is a challenge. Yes. And right now, for the first time, we're doing a live stream. We are listening to our submitted flash fiction and poetry. For this particular stream, the prompt was plate. It's a very simple prompt, and our writers have created amazing stories and poetry to go with it.
They knocked it out of the park. Believe me, if you all are interested in writing, or you love good short stories, reading, you don't even have to be a writer. Come see us at theweeklynob.com. We put out a fresh prompt every week. Our writers grab that and spin it into something that directions we've never even thought of. And then we publish every Saturday a fresh edition. So come see us on theweeklynob.com. We're also putting up some narrations on our YouTube channel, which is in its baby stages, but we're getting there, and we are overjoyed to have you with us, and especially for Thankmas and for this cause. We're fixing to see. I said I'm from Arkansas. We're getting ready. They say fixing to in Arkansas, and I've been here too long now. We're getting ready to move on to our second block of stories, folks. We filled up the whole homepage with stories this week. So we're going to go till we get through all of them that were narrated for this fundraising campaign. And we're getting ready to move on to the second block. And we have up another of our editor's features. This is at the very top of our homepage, and it's a writer. His name is Tom Garrett, and he turned in a beautifully written piece, actually brought tears to my eyes. So we are going to let Tom narrate that for you right now. So give it a listen.
Two Plates, written and read by Tom Garrett. Like an uninvited guest, Peter Dalton stood on the threshold, staring into his own house. The big empty. He lifted his suitcase.
Hang on, I'm not sure if that played properly.
Okay.
No, it didn't. Well, one second, and I'll try that again.
Okay, give us a second. We've got a little.
Two Plates, written and read by Tom Garrett. Like an uninvited guest, Peter Dalton stood on the threshold, staring into his own house. The big empty. He lifted his suitcase, drew in a deep breath, and stepped inside. He wasn't ready for the bedroom yet, so he dropped his bags on the floor with a thump. Sounds were too loud. Lights were too bright. Rooms were too big. He shuffled into the kitchen and mechanically opened the fridge, confused by the casserole on the shelf. The note on the lid gave reheating instructions, signed by the neighbor who had watered the plants. His arms felt too heavy to lift, but Peter took the covered dish from the shelf and set it on the counter. Had he eaten today? He thought not, but wasn't sure. Was he hungry? Same answer. A part of him watched himself as he moved. Too slow, pausing as if he kept forgetting what he was doing. Walk to the oven. Pause. Set it to 350. Pause. Walk to the cupboard. Pause. Take out the plates. Peter looked down at the plates in his hands. 2 plates. He looked at the kitchen table. 2 chairs. He set 1 plate in front of his chair, and then he set the other plate in front of her chair. He sank slowly into his seat. He stared at the empty plate in front of the empty chair, and he wept.
And we're back.
Hey, so yeah, we obliterated our goal. It is it's now at 5,900. Wait, let me, because that might not be accurate anymore. $5,985 of our $500 goal.
We had a
Thanks, Jack.
Thanks, Jack.
Oh my gosh. Thanks, Jack. Oh my Lord. My mind is blown, actually. This is fantastic. And
this is so great. But
it's not anything we've done. We just set the table and you all came and you chipped in. We set the table, we put a plate on it, and here we are. Now the Weekly Knob community can be, oh my Lord. We've just made, and we're still going. Okay, that's excellent. So we got rated. Is that what happened?
Yeah, that's the term. We got rated. Yeah. And
that's great. I want to be rated again.
So it is absolutely great. But this is also part of why we're doing this. Thankmas, it's happening every year. And the way this is going, we might be joining it every year because it's a great community. Everybody supports each other. And that's what we're trying to do with the Weekly Knob as well. So if you've stuck around.
Oh, Jack. How many ebooks do we owe Jack?
You can download 1,000 of them. It's fine.
Okay. So not to bring us, not to shift off this, but because we just played.
Because it's probably a little bit jarring after the story we just read.
Absolutely.
This was beautiful. I love 2 plates from the moment it got started. Again, we already talked about being authentic. You can just feel that this is something from the heart.
Yes.
Even if it's not first person, like I don't know enough to say if it is or isn't first person. It certainly reads that way. But even if it's not, I know that he was there to experience it with someone. Like this story to me read like life throwing you a curveball.
It read like a diary entry, actually. It almost read that vulnerability like a diary entry, almost like we were peering into a very private, which is incredibly courageous to share that kind of authenticity. Whether it's a direct experience of your own, people are going to think it is. And it's so well written it's written from the heart, literally, no matter how you cut this. And it's probably the shortest story I've ever read by Tom Garrett. And it's masterfully crafted with emotion, with the structure and so forth of loneliness. It captures loneliness and grief extensively. And a lot of us have had some intimate dealings with grief in the last year or two, especially with COVID. And so this story really hit home. It is in our feature picks as well. We should mention that. And Tom Garrett is a popular and frequent contributor to the Weekly Knob, and you can find him on Medium as well.
I mean, it is always a joy to read the stories, but he really outdid himself with this one. This was one of those stories that stuck with me for, days after I've read it, just bits and pieces of it coming back. It is a fantastic written story.
And it's a perfect example to me in writing for writers. If you're a developing writer, go read Tom's story, because you don't have to write a lot. You don't have to write 5,000 words and be repetitive about what you're trying to say. It is a study in conciseness and full circle, still coming full circle. And really, Tom is masterful at doing that, no matter what length his stories are. But this is probably the shortest one that I've read that he's written. But it is, again, also, I would say, probably the tightest that I've. And Tom has a couple stories also on the Weekly Knob homepage under our random prompt generator section, which our very own Jeff Atkins had wrote the code and put this up for us. It's his creation. And what it is there's a link on our homepage. And if you're looking for something to write about, of course, there's tons of prompting devices and places to get prompts from. But we have a unique one. He takes all of our prompts and he puts them in well, if you think of them, I think of them like in a bowl, and it's like picking out a folded paper. But you just push that link, and it will randomly select from our prompt pot and put you a prompt on the screen. And if you actually write something with that prompt, you can submit it to us, and we will put it in that section and so forth. So hats off to Jeff for that. And I see it doesn't get used enough, so I want to plug it. So random prompt generator, hit us up for a prompt.
And the random prompt generation, sorry.
Pardon? I said, and send us the story.
Yes. Also, it is great for if you're starting out and 5 days might be a bit daunting for you. If you're like, I'm not quite ready to write and edit and submit in 5 days, go to the random prompt generator. You have all the time you need to get a story, get it polished, send it to us. Yeah, there's no deadlines.
And if you get a prompt that you really can't work with, just hit refresh. It'll give you a new one.
Yeah, you can cheat it a little bit. You could push it till you get something you really like. But I wanted to go back to Tom's story just briefly, real quick, because it reminded me of something that you said earlier, Ara, and we were talking about food and family and plates and so forth, and that how difficult it is to cook for yourself. My spouse is out in the field. He's gone quite a bit, so I'm here quite a bit. And I just had a close neighbor lose her husband, and that was one of the questions she asked me. She said, "What do you cook? How do you cook for just yourself?" And cooking for one, when you don't, and I've sort of tapped into this a little bit, when I don't want to feed myself, because we were talking about food being representative of love, feeding, some of us are more inclined to feed others than we are to feed ourselves. So
that makes sense.
Yes.
Some of us are more inclined to love others than we are to love ourselves. So that is completely.
It's a reminder that we need to take that time to feed ourselves. And if you're, whatever that is, especially this time of year, to make sure you feed yourself with good, nutritious food, and do some things that will mitigate your stress and so forth, because it has been one hell of a year. Can I say that on YouTube? I mean, yes. we all do know that. And luckily for us, people, that are lucky, like Ara and Jeff and I, that we have that bug, that creative instinct to write, and we have an outlet there. And not everybody is going to write, but whatever you do, you know, even reading and supporting writers, boy, I can't tell you what it means for writers on the Weekly Knob to come on and look at their story after it's been published and have another writer or a reader say, you know, that really touched me, that really moved me. That means a lot to us. It really does. And the words on the page or the reply back never seem to do it justice when you feel so lifted by somebody who's read your story and said, I just thoroughly enjoyed that story. So we want to thank our readers too. I know we talk a lot about writing. We want to thank the readers of the Weekly Knob community for all of your support and coming and waiting for that edition every Saturday. I mean, we wouldn't be anything without you, without the writers and the readers. So thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
So shall we move on to our next story?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, well, we've got
and thanks again. We've got Plate.
Yes, by Amy Knight.
And I love this. Amy outdid herself. I love this. You know, of course.
I think Amy is in the chat at the moment.
Amy's in the chat. Also, well, Amy helped us out in the beginning. Our beginning foible sent me an urgent email. Anyway.
Oh, yes.
Love this. Amy is relatively new to the Weekly Knob. Love her last name, Knight. I mean, how can you go with that? Anyway, I believe Amy's in the UK, and you're about to hear that. Her lovely narration of her poem, The Plate. I just want to say quickly, I didn't get a chance to get it pulled up here, but I love how she used her lover as a metaphor for the plate, and you will hear that in her poem, and it was definitely a twist for us. And poetry is difficult to meet our challenge. If you go and look at our homepage and look at our submission guidelines and get the specifics of our challenge, poetry is a little more difficult because we ask the writers, no matter what they turn in, to make the prompt so integrated in the story or the poem that to remove it would collapse the story and the poem. And that's easier said than done, especially in poetry. And Amy does a great job with this. So let's listen to Amy read Plate.
Plate, a poem by Amy Knight. You are the perfect plate on which I pour a heap of half-baked verse, some overcooked ideas, and a side of underproved ambition. These burnt-out eyes watch for tiny flickers on the resting lids of yours as you lay flat and let my words spill over you, splattering as they rush messily from my lips. Some nights I stir the sauce and feel on fire, only to find the poem has gone cold, and in the morning it tastes off. Tepid clumps of verbs and adjectives which could have done with a few more minutes inside my head before I tipped them out all over you. Sometimes I've really stewed it over, and I serve it up to you with pride. You smile and casually push the lines around with your forked tongue, picking out your favourite bits and politely leaving the rest. Sometimes it's beige slop, destined for the slush pile, mush that could be written by a child. But when my home-baked bread neglects to rise, to my surprise, you eat it anyway. I regularly expose my core, pips, pith and all, and feed it to you raw, whether you have an appetite or not, and that is why I'll try to write myself worthy of you.
And we're back.
Well, this...
That's all you're getting this Christmas?
It is Red Nose Day. We got to have a little comedy relief. This is my pull my finger Santa. Hi, everybody. We're back.
Hi. So we just heard Plates by Amy Knight, and Sandy actually had to point out to me that this was about her lover. Because when I was reading this, I kind of put myself in the shoes of the author, and it felt like I was writing to my audience. Like, I love my audience, but after she pointed out, no, this is this one special person to her, it makes sense because I do that too. I also let my partner get first eyes on anything I write. But still, as I was reading it the first time through, I honestly felt like she was talking to her audience. Yeah. And it does feel to me every time I write that I want to be worthy of the people who read me. So it's you can read this poem in so many different ways.
I think you can too. And I don't think you were wrong in that interpretation. Or I think, you know, what's one of the most powerful audiences we have is the audience of one. I mean, that we would love to impress. I mean, and it's funny if you write, and I write poetry and short stories, and you allow the people you love to read it, and they go on about it, or they say that's so great. Isn't it funny how we don't trust them then?
Right? Yes.
We don't trust.
And then there's like, okay, but what was wrong with it actually? You know?
Oh, well, you have to say that or whatever. But I loved every nuance in this piece of poetry. And I think Amy did a wonderful job of conjuring those monkey minds that writers get about second guessing what we've written, or how we've done it, or, oh my God, I can't believe I just published that, or whatever. And also, you know, the trap of needing that outside approval. It is really difficult to gauge your own stuff. We've had this discussion about, I've written things and we've published, and I'm like, I can't even believe I published that, blah, blah, blah. And then someone else will come along, or you'll say, well, I thought that was great. I thought it was one of your best, you know, blah, blah, blah. So we are our worst critic, and we really don't have the objectivity that we need. But Amy captures in Plate, she captures that struggle that we go through writing and need that approval. And she does it from a plate in a very sensual way. I mean, come on, that's poetry. That's poetry.
That was really poetry. And I recognize that feeling of thinking that you're on fire, and then the next morning you go like, oh God, what was I thinking? And every time you publish something, going like, oh my God, what have I done? But,
Yes.
Yeah, so that was, at least to writers, very relatable. And I probably to every creative mind, very relatable, even if it's not exactly words. So yeah.
And you know, hats off too to Amy for the title seems at first glance, you know, it seems obvious and plain, but you know, as I read through her poem, I thought to myself, I couldn't pick out a better title for this poem. It was perfect, and we really enjoyed it, Amy. And like I said, Amy's new, fairly new to the Weekly Knob, but she has come on like gangbusters, and we're so thrilled to have her. We have added quite a bit of new writers in the second half of this year, and all of them have put forth tremendous effort for the Weekly Knob, for the prompts and so forth. And we hope that they've gotten benefit from it. We think they have, or they wouldn't keep coming back, right?
Hopefully, yes. We want everybody to feel like an instant regular. Like again, your first time publishing should feel like you've been here before.
Yes, yeah, absolutely, absolutely. And I want to remind everybody again, no donation is too small. I mean, you click that link and put $1 in. We will be ever grateful. Nothing is too small. If you're so inclined, if you can afford the $5 donation, we would love to send you our holiday ebook. It's actually Aura and Jeff went through our back catalog and picked out a few favorite holiday stories, because actually the Weekly Knob, we've been at this 4 years now. So we're
in internet terms, that is quite a long time.
Yes, in internet terms. So, and we have a wonderful back catalog, actually, that we are next year, we are going to pull together an ebook, actually. And we're not sure how many stories are going to be in it and all the details of that, but be looking for that. But get your holiday ebook, print it. I mean, put it in your Christmas card. We don't care. Share it. Read them.
Share it. Friends, family, anybody who likes to read. Once you've got the file, it's yours. You spread it around.
Yep.
It will be great. There's links from the different writers in there where you can find more of their writing. So please do click on the reward and Tiltify. Get us your email, because we couldn't figure out how to make the link pop up automatically.
Spam you or add you to any mailing list, so don't worry about that, because you know what? I don't know how much of my life I lose deleting emails every day that come into my box. So we're not going to do that to you. No. Actually, we don't really even send that many newsletters. We have a lot lately because of this event, but normally you won't hear from us. We kind of stay behind the scenes and work on our own writing and work on the knob. And speaking of the knob again, I mean this, and I know Ara and Jeff are right there with me to thank all the writers and all the readers that have supported the Weekly Knob from day one. I remember when Ara and I started it, man, when we got 100 followers, we were just jacked up. We were like, oh my God. And now, we have about a 13,000 person community. And
it's still strange to think about, but yeah, we do.
Anything without all of you folks. And, what we get out of it is, we're writers too. And it keeps us in the game.
And stories. And give us more stories.
We get the stories and the experience. I mean, it's just a win-win all the way around. I want to thank the writers that have been with us from the very beginning, down to the writers who have just come on, and of course our reading community, and above all our patrons. We have a small patron following that supports us in doing things that give back money to writers, because writers need to make some money. Come on. I mean, we're all trying to put food on the plate, and we do power prompts every so often that pay cash. So actually our next writer interview that we're going to do live, Terry Turpin, will be coming up at the end of this block of stories. And Terry's won the power prompt a few times, so she's an old hat at that. So shall we move on to this next story is so sweet. I mean, you might want to get a glass of milk. It's Cookies for Santa.
Cookies for Santa.
By Michelle Moody.
Cookies for Santa. 2 little girls, one a toddler and one a baby, both too young to understand the excitement of the season. The toddler wraps a string of blinking lights around the baby, decorating her, under Mom and Dad's close supervision. Dad tells them, "Let's leave cookies and milk for Santa and some carrots for his reindeer." The toddler helps. The baby waves. The next morning, the toddler inspects the cookie crumbs on the red and white plate with a picture of Santa in the center. She peers into the matching cup and she sees a little bit of milk in the cup. She drinks the leftover milk. Sometimes Mom and Dad aren't supervising closely enough. 2 big girls, both caught up in the excitement of the season. They don't need Dad to tell them to put the cookies out for Santa. They know what to do. They place the cookies on the plate and carefully pour milk into the cup while Mom looks on nervously. They get carrots out of the fridge for the reindeer. They leave a note for Santa as well, the youngest needing help signing her name. The next morning, they find a note in return. When it comes time to put away the decorations, the note will go in the box with the plate and the cup. 3 sisters, 2 older girls to teach their baby sister about the season. As the family drives home from Auntie's house that night, the oldest sister sees Santa and his reindeer flying in the sky. I see Rodolph's nose. The younger sisters strain to look out the window. When they get home, they rush to get the plate and the cup. They know they have to get to bed because Santa is already out delivering presents. In the morning, the girls are up early and climb into Mom and Dad's bed, waking them. 3 ever-growing sisters, 1 that believes, 2 that keep the secret of the season. All 3 writing a note that they place next to the plate of cookies, cup of milk, and carrots, and always a return note the next morning that is saved in the box with the plate and the cup. 3 young women. None suggests giving up on the plate of cookies. Dad begs them to go to bed so that Santa can deliver the presents. They laugh and the 3 climb into the same bed together, getting ready for Santa. In the morning, Mom and Dad have to wake them up. A bride and 2 bridesmaids, and a groom. They all come home for the holiday. The plate and the cup are not on display. Mom and Dad downsized, and there's less room for decorations. Plus, Mom is a bit of a Scrooge. They say they love her completely anyway. And they laugh together as they wait for Santa that night. 1 baby boy, too young to understand the excitement of the season.
And we're back.
Awesome.
So I have a small update on the efforts on Tiltify. We are currently at $6,055. This is amazing. So I just, great to find another writer on here, by the way.
Wow.
Don't apologize for donating $5, please. If you can donate even $1, that is enough.
Yes.
Like anything you can miss. Don't apologize for not being able to donate more. That is not what this is about.
Yeah.
If you don't have it, then don't get yourself in trouble trying to donate. Thank you, Jenny. Thank you, Rochelle. Thank you, Anonymous.
Thank you,
Jake.
Anonymous.
Another Anonymous. Thank you, Your Brains.
Awesome. Yay.
Yeah, amazing. Sputger. Thank you. Yet another Anonymous.
Awesome.
A Sanguine Tenshi. Thank you. Let's see, we've got a Glitch Witch, thank you very much. We got Olivia, thank you. We got Jade, thank you. We got Langeman Glen, thank you. We got Anonymous, we got Silent J, Shade, thank you. We got Fermion, thank you very much. CWG, thank you. Jet Black, thank you. Team Hap, thank you so much. If I'm butchering names, I'm sorry. Your Bretha, thank you. Thankmas, thank you. Amandine, thank you. Chelsea, thank you. Andre, 2 more Anonymous. Alex, thank you. Avis, thank you. Vince, thank you. Really, everybody, thank you so much for donating to this great cause.
Yeah. Wow.
This has gone way beyond our expectations. Even if we not count Jack's very, very generous donation, we still doubled the goal that we set out, which was very ambitious to begin with. So this is amazing. You are all amazing. Thank you so much to our writers. Thank you so much to our supporters. Thank you. Thank you for sticking around and watching some of this live stream and sharing the stories that our writers submitted. Thank you all very much.
Yes, absolutely. Let's go back to, I said you might need a glass of milk for Michelle Moody's story, Cookies for Santa. One of the things that I loved about her story, you guys, is that, again, we have the family theme that comes up. I mean, I'll tell you, food and family and so forth is so important, especially around this time of year. And Michelle does a great job of doing sort of this chronological through the years with these sisters. And, you know, the other thing to mention that we have around food are traditions, you know, and this is one of the things that has really thrown people for a loop and really hurt us this holiday season and this whole entire year are the traditions that go around landmark events, that go with landmark events in our lives, like birthdays and graduations and holidays. The traditions of the types of food that we expect to have in those gatherings. And this story sort of brought that back to me in a very sweet way. And another thing for our listeners, theweeklynob.com, one of the things that amazes us every week too is the variety of stories that we get. And we love that we have a diverse community of writers, and we have writers that contribute from all around the globe, from many, many different cultures. And it is an English speaking publication. So a lot of these writers, and like my co-editor, Ara, English is not their first language. And yet here they are. And so I just love that. And this story is so classically American. It really is. So, and great job, Michelle. We thank you for the story.
I love the continuity of it too. Like it just, you have this whole history, but then it ends with this feeling that it goes back up and loops down. Like just that the tradition is preserved, even though the plate might change because, you know, mom was a bit of a Scrooge. But it's so nice to see that there's this sense of looping, like over and over and over again. And in the change, you still get this same idea of it every time, which I hope that we can maintain our traditions throughout however long this COVID is going to last. Hopefully not long. Hopefully we will be rid of it soon. But if it goes on, then new traditions will be formed. And with new traditions, sometimes the old ones slip. And in a way that is expected and in a way that is kind of sad.
You know, I agree with you that, you know, the reason for Thankmas and that we're here who haven't even had the opportunity to develop a tradition because they don't have the resources. And that's just not acceptable. You know, we need to be taking care of one another. And I'm so proud of this community of Thankmas, the YouTube creators that have done this, the Red Nose Day and the comics and all of the people all across stepping up and really putting their gifts and their talents on the line selflessly. You know, and our community following suit. And for Ara, when Ara brought this forward and put this proposal up on our Slack channel and said, I think we need to consider doing this, you know, I'll be honest, my first thought was, oh my God, that's going to be a lot of work. And then, of course, you know, after the initial shock, I thought, why not? Why not? Why shouldn't we? Even if our community, I think of us as the little writing community that could, like the train.
Yes.
Even if we come up with $250 or whatever, that's a donation. That every bit counts. Every little bit counts. And that's what we've said from the beginning. $1, $5, whatever. We don't care. You know, it's the action. It is the heart behind it. And so that's how we took this project on. And Lord knows we have different talents between the three of us. And I'm happy. I'll toot our horn. We make a nice little rounded out team. As you can see, I'm the older one. I'm the older sister in the group. But and these guys, we all just have different strengths and we fit together and we try to bring those to the Weekly Knob. and cover each other when life kicks us in the butt and somebody's got something going on and this and that. But our community of writers is very important to us, and we're just astounded by this turnout. If I wasn't grinning so much, I'd be sitting here crying.
And it's just true. Like together, you can accomplish so much more than you could just by yourself. Like setting this up, I couldn't have done it without Jeff and Sandy. And just like working together is going to help put food on tables for people who really need it. Like this $1 that you put together with 30 other people, it's going to, for $25, Red Nose Day is able to feed a child for a week. Healthy, nutritious meals that it wouldn't have had any otherwise. Mm-hmm. For $40, they can put a holiday meal, a feast. The way that so many stories that we've already put up discussed, like it is so important to get together and have a feast and have a good time around the holidays and create that tradition. And giving people the opportunity to do that is such a gift. And we might not be able to do it alone, but all of us working together, we have raised so much money to help so many people all around the world. It is amazing. And every little bit helps. Don't be sad that you can't donate as much as you want. Just donate as much as you can. And together we will move this mountain.
Yes.
Because we can.
Because we can. Absolutely. Well said. I love that. Thank you, Aura. That's great. So should we move on to our next story? I'm excited. I'm excited about every story, but I love this one. And I'll tell you, if I could introduce it. Actually, I think, did I narrate this one?
Yes, you did.
Oh boy. Okay. Well, I'm sure glad I listened to it. Okay. This writer, Nicole Wilson, she has been with us probably, I know from maybe the first 6 months, from very early, the Weekly Knob. And she is a longtime favorite author at the Weekly Knob. Her stories always do very well because they are excellent. And Nicole is no stranger to the feature pick section, and she's up there again this week with a unique tale, sort of a dystopia flavored tale, or a cautionary tale, if you would. And it is called The World Spinner. Let's hear Nicole's The World Spinner. The World Spinner by Nicole Wilson. If the green plate falls, so does the world. The spinner watches as the lime-colored plate turns on the slender, flexible wooden stalk he built into his table. Whenever it looks like it might topple, he moves the stalk in small circles until the plate spins smoothly again. His eyes ache. He's dizzy from hunger. That's how he knows he's doing his job well. 4 empty stalks flank the green plate, 2 on each side. On the faded wooden floor around him are fragments of plates that fell when his attention slipped. He leaves them where they've dropped, as a reminder of what his failures cost everyone. The shattered orange plate led to the wildfires that burned all through the land. White-hot hatred consumed too many of his neighbors after the white plate fell. The remains of the red plate represent the bloody war that tore his country apart. A blue plate, broken into 3 pieces, brought flooding rains that destroyed crops, homes, and lives. So much devastation for such minor lapses in concentration. He dozed off, or dawdled over a few mouthfuls of food, or got lost in a train of thought. Just a few seconds here and there. And now look, the green plate is the only one remaining. His stomach churns with hunger and his eyes burn. He smells nothing but himself. Washing is a luxury he indulges in only on occasion, and very briskly. Every afternoon, the woman from down the road visits the spinner with the same sense of obligation he shows towards his one remaining plate. Was she his student once, the daughter of a student? Her connection to him has faded, obscured behind the spinning plates as they took center stage in his mind. "You look very tired," she says. "I'm always tired. The task should never have fallen to just one man. You know you don't need to do this." "I know no such thing, my dear. Look at everything that's already happened." He points at the broken plates. She sets down bread and cheese on a folding wooden tray and places a glass of water next to them. "But we've been over this. Your plates do not, cannot, control the world." "I disagree. Now watch that for a moment." He doesn't need to tell her what that is. She eyes the spinning plate while he hurries to the powder room to relieve himself and then moves to his cot for a brief nap. For all her skepticism, she's never allowed the plate to fall. She's still watching it when he returns. "All this because of a dream you had?" "Not a dream, dear, a nightmare. And the results, when I've not kept up my job? Those speak for themselves. Surely you see it." She tosses her dark hair. "Oh, of course, there were no such things as wars or floods or fires before you and your plates came along. How could I forget?" He waves an impatient hand at her. Her sarcasm is a distraction he doesn't need. "Enough! You think me a demented old man, but my mind will not change." With a cluck of her tongue, she withdraws. After the front door slams behind her, he devours the hard bread and salty cheese she left behind, his eyes fixed on the spinning plate. He's never thanked her for the food she brings or the brief respite she gives him. But she's never thanked him for what he does, and that makes them even. Later that evening, he nods off and jolts awake, drenched in sweat, his teeth chattering. What's happening? Something crushes his chest, pinning him in place in his chair. Pain sears through his shoulders, his arms. The green plate still spins, but in his struggle to rise, he bumps the table. The plate shudders. No, it wobbles out of control. Darkness fogs his vision, and he has no breath to hold. The plate topples from its wooden stalk. It hits the floor, but he can no longer hear to know if it breaks. The next afternoon, the woman from down the road finds him cold and gray in his chair. Remorse sits in her chest like a stone. "I should have tried harder to stop all this, to get you to live your life. I'm sorry," she tells the corpse. His green plate lies unbroken on the dusty floor. She brushes it off and places it in the basket next to the meal he will never eat. She couldn't tell you why she does this, but it feels important. Keeping it safe is the last thing she can do for the poor fellow. 3 weeks later, she barely makes it back to the spinner's home. Just yesterday, the earth was seized by terrible tremors for the third time that week, and climbing over the fallen trees and cracked, jagged pavement between her home and his makes the short trip an ordeal. Someone has been to his house already. A pile of splintered planks sits where the front door used to be. The spinner had little to take, but most of his meager possessions, the cot, the folding tray, the water glass, are gone. A heavy, acrid smell of smoke hangs in the air. But the armchair and the odd table with its slender stalks remains, and those are enough. "I should have taken you more seriously, sir." The ground rumbles under her feet as she speaks, making her stagger. She pulls a burlap-wrapped bundle out of her bag and opens it to reveal the spinner's green plate. Once he'd shown her how to start a plate spinning. Can she remember? She hangs the plate on the center stalk. It dangles loosely by its bottom rim. She grips the bottom of the stalk and rotates it, biting her lower lip. "Please," she whispers to no one. She has to catch the green plate several times when it tumbles off its perch. It cannot be allowed to break. After several tries, the plate begins to stabilize on its stalk. A crash of lightning shakes the house and tips the plate, but she seizes the stalk and circles it until the plate is steady. And now it's spinning smooth as a top. She lets out a long, slow breath. Can she keep this up? Will it matter now? She settles into the spinner's armchair, prepared to watch the plate for as long as it takes to make things right again. It might already be too late, but she must try.
And we're back.
Awesome. Your mic.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
muted
I'm
yourself
sorry.
there.
I muted myself. I'm sorry.
No,
First
no.
time, people, hang in there. So this was Nicole Wilson, and I saw some people asking about more. There's actually a story from Nicole in the ebook that you can get if you donate $5. Link to donate is in the description below. Excuse me. There will also be in the ebook will be a link to more of her writing. So if you want to see more of Nicole, I don't blame you. She is a fantastic writer.
Absolutely. If you go to her page on Medium, in her profile about Nicole, there is a link in there. She has a book coming out next year with a publisher, actually. I can't recall the name of the publisher, but I do remember the book is titled Tide Pool, and that'll be coming out. So keep up with Nicole. She is absolutely very talented, a frequent contributor to the Weekly Knob and a patron supporter as well. And we thank Nicole for that. And I want to talk a little bit. I know the story well because I narrated it for Nicole. And I hope you all enjoyed it as much as I did. I think these times that we're in are definitely a call for some cautionary tales, some futuristic science fiction, whatever, some cautions. And although the story seemed a bit quite far-fetched, so to speak, it absolutely fit with each one of us doing something, doing our part to keep this world together, to take care of one another. And sometimes it does feel like you are keeping plates spinning, to keep things together.
And also a very nice story that even if you're skeptic, even if you're not sure that it does any good, helping out anyway, just doing your little part and trusting that others will do their little part, and together you can, reach whatever goal you set your mind to.
Right.
Of course, also Nicole's calling card is dark fantasy and often have a certain fairy tale-esque feel to them, which I honestly love. I love Nicole's work. I love reading her stories. She does a lot of 500-word stories. Just like in haiku, if you're keeping yourself to a certain amount, where you have to weigh each and every word to see if it fits within the story you're trying to tell. This is such a difficult thing to do, and she does it with such ease. I truly enjoy the 500-word stories that Nicole puts up. Yes. And all of them are slightly dark, very fantasy, very supernatural.
Yes, supernatural is the word I was thinking too. If you love the supernatural and the dark fantasy and the science fiction, Nicole is a writer that you're going to want to follow and actually get her book when it comes out. And again, we talk about people that donate and so forth, and Nicole has been just a frequent contributor to the Weekly Knob, and her stories, when they come in the submission queue, I'm always excited to read them. She's no stranger to the feature pick spot and so forth. So if you're a developing writer out there, the thing to do, my tip to you would be read those popular writers' stories, look at their stories and analyze them for how they work and the elements that they have. And Nicole's is a good one. And The World Spinner is a great story. It fit the prompt perfectly and the message that we are trying to get out to everyone. And frankly, personally, it was a lot of fun to narrate. I had to kind of get into some character voices and so forth, but it was really fun, and I appreciated the opportunity to do that as well. And we thank Nicole for that story and for her support. Your audio, Ara, is down. There
my
it is.
audio is down.
Second. Yeah. Okay. Cool. So should we move on?
The next one is quite short.
We have a very nice poem coming up. Yes, we do. Red plates. Sandy, you were able to pronounce this person's name. I am sorry. I'm not going to try to butcher this.
He's a new writer to the Weekly Knob. We can welcome him right now on the live stream. His name, I believe, and I'm not quite sure I'm pronouncing it right either, but it's Fola Fole Bome Amu. And I wish we actually had him on the live stream so he could say his name for us, but we don't. But we do have his poem, and it is narrated. Did the author narrated this himself?
The author narrated it himself.
Okay.
And once again, the Weekly Knob is a global community.
Yes.
So we are going to get different ideas from different cultures, but all of it is so amazing. And in this poem, I loved it. I'll talk more when it's done, but I really, this poem got me thinking.
Let's listen to Folobomi's Red Plate.
My name is Folabomi Amo. The title of my poem is Red Plate. Share a plate this holiday. Put food in another's belly. Share a plate with those you love. Share a plate with those who can't afford. Share a plate with your neighbors. Share a plate with strangers across the world. Share a plate with those that have more. Share a plate with those without enough. Share a plate at every party. Share a plate in the alley, at the shelters, and in the streets. Share a plate to every child. Share a plate. Share a smile.
And we're back.
Awesome.
So, yes, I thought this was awesome. The part that really got me thinking is that he puts in share with those who have more. And that's a part that we sometimes completely forget about. That sharing is not about how much the person you're sharing with has. Sharing is about sharing what you have when you have enough with everybody around you. And it doesn't matter if there's a person who you perceive to have more than you. If you have enough and you want to create community, then you should share, especially food, because food is social. And because also often when you think people have more than you do, they might not. Especially in these times, especially with like COVID hitting really hard, people getting out of a job. There might be people who have, I don't know, a Mercedes-Benz in the driveway, but no money to put gas into it. There might be people out there who are struggling to put food on a plate, but happen to have like a Gucci bag from, a year ago. You cannot see the struggle of people. And even if you think that somebody else has more than you do, first of all, you don't know. And second of all, that shouldn't matter. And we forget that sometimes. That sharing is not something you only do out of pity. Sharing should be for community. And this poem really hit that home to me.
Yes. He did a great job of pulling everyone together. The whole idea that even it reminded me about that expression, and they've done studies on it, that they found that the people who are inclined to give more are people who have less, which is an incredible phenomenon that humanity, a trait that humanity has, that, and they've shown this in studies and so forth over and over again, that people who have less are, and I think that that is because there's empathy. It's a shared experience, and people who have less, we know what it's like. We've been down in our lives, or maybe we're on the upside of things, but we remember where we came from. And I think this is a beautiful, it's simple, and yet again, as poetry goes, it has nuance and layers and so forth, and it is highly accessible. You can read this and understand it, what the writer is talking about immediately. And I love that.
And again, we are here to raise money. Now, I know we reached our goal twice over and then some. But we, yes, thank you so much. But we are still here to raise money. Every dollar still counts. If you feel inclined, there's a link in the description below. Please donate if you can. If you can, that is great. We are just here to have a good time. But if you can, please donate. If you can donate $5 or more, click that little star thing for the rewards. We will send you an email with a download link for an ebook written by some of our most talented writers in the Weekly Knob. Some of them you've already heard here. And once you have that book, you can do with it whatever you want. Like, share it with everybody. You have a cousin who likes to read, send them the ebook. Especially now when you might not see your cousin over the holidays because you're in lockdown. Send them the ebook. They have something nice to do. Read some nice stories during the holidays. I did call it a collection for a quiet holiday spent at home, because so many of us are stuck at home, can't go anywhere, or if we can go anywhere, then there is always the risk of infecting yourself, infecting others, putting people at risk you might not want to be put at risk. So we have to find ways to just spend the time, and why not spend it reading some great stories?
Absolutely, absolutely are. I would like to mention too that the stories that we are airing on the live stream that have been in large part narrated by the writers themselves, which was an extra effort that they put into this charity fund campaign that we have jumped into with both feet and are thrilled to have done it. There are also, in this edition that we released, the Charity Plate edition of the Weekly Knob, there are stories that we are not airing that are still on, that didn't get narrated, or we don't have an audio file for, that are on our homepage. So I would encourage you to go to theweeklyknob.com and read this entire edition, because there are stories that we're not going to get to today, and they're well worth your time. And we have one coming up. Our next writer is Jeffrey Field, and his audio stories coming up, and it's called Carmel by the Sea. Did I say that right?
Yeah.
Carmel by the Sea. And I love this. There's well, I'll tell you this one paragraph or sentence that I love after you listen to it, but a little bit about Jeffrey. He's been with us a long time too. And this guy, his mind, I would love to take a walk around in there for a day or two. He is so interesting. And he is, if you're looking for something different to read, look up Jeffrey Field on Medium, because he has quite a catalog of some interesting stories, and everything that he's ever sent to the Weekly Knob has been wonderful. He is a patron as well of the Weekly Knob, which means he does support the Weekly Knob with a small monthly donation, like our other patrons do. And he's been with us a long time. He stepped away from writing for a little bit. You know, sometimes that happens. We get in a block or life takes over. And when we tagged him with this prompt, he was thrilled to come. He says, I needed this nudge, and he was thrilled to come back and write this story for us. And I think the story is probably one of my favorites of his. I love it so much. So let's give a listen to Jeffrey Field, Carmel by the Sea.
Carmel by the sea, cane with dagger. Mother's plates are all that's left me. Red plate, blue plate, yellow, green, brown, black, no purple. Purple makes me sick. My name is Sin Vega. You're way more likely to bump into a sin in California where I live than in Alabama, which I refuse to even think about. Well, I once lived in Alabama, hence my accent. Mother's dead. All she left me is Bongo the monkey and her plates. She once told me that a white plate is just plain boring, but I don't think so at all. I relish a piece of bloody red meat on a white plate. It just wouldn't do to serve a bloody steak on a green plate, now would it? Bongo bangs his drums while I hum to myself, and I clean the table. It's a humdrum world with Mother gone. Bongo's my only company, and when his batteries die, I won't have anyone. I don't have any spare money just now either. My father, I never met my father. Mother said he was a beat poet named Rummy Vega. That's all I really know. I might have to sell Mother's prized plate so I can buy batteries and, maybe some food. Father sent it to her from Spain. We never heard from him again. That's all I really know. It's a huge plate. You might even call it a platter. So many colors, turning and spinning and dancing. To gaze upon it, you might fall into trance, and heck, you might even fall down. That happened to Mother once. Today, I'll sit all them plates down and tell them they must get along. No ifs, no ands, no buts. Be like Mother's prized plate, I'll tell them. See how the colors complement one another? See how they harmonize? I insist upon harmony in my house if I'm never to ever be an old woman, so I can wear purple pajamas all day and never be sick. And I will learn to promptly launch loogies like Father used to as we walk the streets of Carmel by the sea. And I will stroll the sidewalks with a cane concealing a hidden dagger in case I'm approached by Rummy in search of a daughter.
And we're back.
Awesome. Great. So I want to say, yes?
No,
Laura?
Go ahead.
Oh, I wanted to say, I love the whole story, obviously. And, the Weekly Knob, writers pick out an image, and I love the image that Jeffrey picked out for his piece as well. Everybody has a complimentary image, so there's a visual aspect to their story too. And so you'll need to go to theweeklynob.com to see that image. But I love this particular phrase. He says, Jeffrey writes, "Be like Mother's prized plate, I will tell them. See how the colors complement one another? See how they harmonize? I insist upon harmony in my house if I'm ever to be an old woman, so I can wear purple pajamas all day and never be sick." I just love that light-hearted humor, but I also enjoyed the message there. Be like mother's plate, those colors. And you'll know what I mean when you go and you look at the picture. It's a very colorful, looks like a Portuguese style glazing and coloring on the plate. And it's just multicolored. And he talks about the harmony and so forth. And I think each writer in their own way had taken that plate and brought their own experience and their own wishes to it and put that on the plate for us as readers to see that these are the things that we're thinking of. These are the things that we wish for the world. And I know, Jeffrey's a talented writer, and he's a very thoughtful person as well. He thinks about what he's putting out, and he wants to get you thinking. And I have always loved that about his stories, that he really wants to get you thinking and get things mixed up and so forth. So I enjoyed it. I don't know how you took the story, Aura. Did you find it?
This was delightful. I really, like you said, you never know what you're going to get with Jeffrey. Every time it's like opening up one of those blind boxes that it's always different, but it never disappoints. It always puts you to think. I know his early submissions to us came with a lot of rabbit holes to go down. He always was linking things in his stories that you could, like, it was a 3-minute read for a story, but you were busy with it for like maybe 30 minutes to go down all of these experiences and thoughts and tracks, and you would learn so many different things just from a phrase, which had a link in it. And it's like his mind must be a network of everything. Like he is the Google guy. He really is. Like that's how I imagine him.
Yes, and he uses YouTube links a lot in his, or he used to in his stories. And this particular story is it's more conventional for Jeffrey, but I found it very I found it very well done, and it conveyed everything that he needed to in such a beautiful manner. Jeffrey is also a Weekly Knob patron and has supported us from early on, and we thank him for that. I'll tell the listeners, what Saturday mornings are like for the editors. For us, we three come on Slack, and we don't do it by Zoom. We've actually just recently Zoomed and met each other in person. We've been on Slack typing away in our Saturday morning sessions before we publish. And Jeffrey's submissions always caught a few minutes of discussion between us. We always go through the stories and we'll talk about them a bit. And we pick our features and everything else that we need to do to put that edition live on Saturday mornings. And Jeffrey's always caught our attention and stirred up a little discussion among us. Sometimes it's me asking one of the other editors, do you have any idea what he meant by that? But I love it because you know what? Anything to get us thinking, get stretched beyond the world that we are accustomed to every day. And, speaking of writing and reading, reading really, I'd love to toot the horn for reading, because reading does that. It will make your world a lot bigger than it is. If you just start to read and read, just read a book, or try to
honestly, if you feel like you don't like reading, it just meant that you haven't found your genre yet. You haven't found the thing that really gets you going. So and in a place like Medium, in a place like the Weekly Knob, where there are so many different writers with so many different genres, it's a good place to start. Yes. It's a good place to start and see what it is that you like and what it is that gets you thinking, because that is what you aim for. You want to experience things. You want to think about things.
In this day of social media and so many social media platforms as well, it is, it's a daunting task to put out a publication that requires readers to stick with a story instead of scrolling through a feed and reading little bites. And we sort of lay the table out, but our writers have that task of drawing the reader in and hopefully keeping them to the last word, the last sentence. And there's not a lot of people that can lay claim to that. Social media platforms where people will stick around for stories and reading, and frankly, writing and poetry and short stories and fiction are, we're always in the background on Medium, but we've been there and we're going to continue to be there because we know that there is an audience for this. We know that there is an audience for good short stories and poetry on the fly, and we appreciate our readers for that, and our writers. And we appreciate Jeffrey's efforts, absolutely, his quirky stories and so forth. So we have coming up, we have another writer interview coming up, and she is waiting. But first, we are going to jump into her story before we get to talking to Terry Turpin, one of our, again, longtime contributors to the Weekly Knob, and again, a patron supporter. Terry is a fantastic writer. She has a devoted following on Medium. When she puts up a story, it gets read. And when she puts up stories in the Weekly Knob, they get good reviews and a lot of reading.
Yes.
So, and this story is actually no different. It again, back with the family theme, and I just love this. It's called Wagon Wheel, and it is narrated by Terry Turpin, the author. So let's give that a listen.
Betty Reed traced her fingers across the sand-colored Oklahoma clay on the bottom of the plate. 8 spokes radiated out from the center hub on the face of the dish, a perfect copy of an old-fashioned wagon wheel. The scuffed plate was part of a stack of pottery that filled the china cabinet. Plates, cups, saucers, a teapot, dinnerware glazed and mottled olive green and earthy brown. A jumble of cardboard boxes littered the living room, some half filled with books and whatnots, framed photographs and lacy doilies. The sisters, Betty and Trina, sole heirs to their great-grandmother Uma Becker's estate, had traveled back to their hometown in Durant, Oklahoma, to sort through 5 decades of possessions. The sorting was slow going as Betty lingered over each object. It wasn't only houses that were haunted. "I'd like to keep this." Betty held the wagon wheel plate, balanced on her palms, out to her sister. Trina frowned. "One plate? Not the whole ugly set?" "I like them, in a Western, kitschy kind of way. They're Frankoma pottery, so they might be collectible." Betty pointed to faint lines etched in the glaze. "But this one looks like it's been used." The 2 women stood side by side in front of the china cabinet. The glass reflected their middle-aged faces instead of the smooth images of the children they'd once been. The formal dining room in Grandma Uma's house still held the scent of lemon polish, and the mahogany wood of the table gleamed. Reserved for Sunday dinners and holiday feasts, the only times the good dishes were brought out. Betty pointed at the table. "I could almost see her, sitting there alone, eating her dinner off that special plate." Shivering, Trina shook her head. "Don't go on now. You'll have me believing in ghosts." Betty laughed. "If you feel a cold spot, it's just the drafty old house." Later, the sisters worked side by side in the kitchen, cooking their evening meal. Trina had suggested they order a pizza and forego the labor, but Betty felt eating fast food in Uma's kitchen would be like hosting poker night in church. They dipped pork chops in egg and breading and then fried them golden brown. Trina mashed taters into creamy clouds dotted with butter. This was what women did. They worked out their grief in flour and fat. Time to set the table, and Betty glanced at the china cabinet, but Trina took the chipped ceramic plates from the kitchen cupboard. They sat at the formica-topped dinette and ate in silence, broken only by the chirrup of crickets through the open window. As they cleared the table, Trina asked, "Do you remember how Grandma Uma always left a plate of food out on the stove?" Betty laughed. "I would sneak bites when we came to visit." The food, leftover biscuits, slices of steak, fried okra, whatever Uma had served for the latest meal, always rested under a cover of foil on the cooktop. "You never know," the old woman had explained, "when a hungry visitor will stop by." Uma Becker had grown up on a farm in the Great Depression. "When times are hard," she'd tell the girls, "you take care of those without." Finished with the cleanup, Trina went to the dining room and came back carrying the scratched wagon wheel plate. Shrugging, she set it on the counter, and Betty filled the plate with the leftovers from their meal. They left it on the stovetop, wrapped in foil. Later, while the house settled in for the night with creaks and groans, Betty snuggled under a pile of quilts in the guest room. She thought she might hear the scrape of a chair scooting up to the table, and the lonely clink and tick of silverware against a plate.
And we're back.
Hey, awesome. And we have Terry Turpin with us. Hi, Terry. How are you?
Hello. I'm doing well. Thank you.
Hi, welcome to the stream.
Exciting.
Great. Wonderful. Hey, you are no stranger to the Weekly Knob. Do you know how long you've been writing with us?
Oh, gosh. Probably at least 2 years.
I think at least 2 years, definitely. And Terry, for everybody listening, is a patron supporter of the Weekly Knob, and we thank you. It's wonderful to see you in person. And thoroughly enjoyed Wagon Wheel. Tell us a little bit about where you got your inspiration for this story, besides the prompt plate.
Yes, the prompt plate. I think that anything we write, whether it's a true story or fiction, has roots in memories that we've encountered. And I think that's what really resonates with people when they read a story. They think back on their own family, their own traditions and things, and see stuff that pops up. When I saw the prompt plate, I'm at the age where, I'm thinking about heirlooms and things like, okay, am I going to leave this to my kids and things? And there are possessions, I think, that we have, that we use, that were passed down through generations. And I was so excited to see so many other of the Weekly Knob stories feature that theme of family, things coming down through that, the memories attached to them. Plate, I used to have a set of that wagon wheel pottery, and it's Frankoma pottery that was made in Oklahoma and really well known throughout the Southwest and the Midwest in that area there.
I've seen it.
And I liked the wagon wheel pattern. It was very kitschy and Western and a little bit, some people thought it was ugly. But I thought, its beauty is in the eye of the beholder. And I thought about this family that maybe that was their possession of the grandmother. And then thinking about, I had an older aunt that always left the food out on the stove. And the food was there for whoever might stop by.
That's one of my favorite parts of the story. Yeah.
Yeah. And that's true. That's something true that's wound up in my fiction. Just all these family memories that come in. And I'll think of something and I'm like, because I do write nonfiction too occasionally. But in the fiction, I think, well, even if I can't use it in a nonfiction story, I'm like, I'm going to put that in a fiction story sometime because it's such a unique thing. In that writing the story, the wagon wheel plate, I just had this image of family sorting through possessions and kind of closing out the life of this beloved person that they had in their family, and what that might be like. I've had to do that, and I know a lot of people have. you know.
I love how you wound the story up around that whole idea, and that they put that plate on the stove. We were talking about, you know, traditions and so forth, and how food and even our crockery and our pots and our pans all work into that, and they get passed down along with the tradition. And I love that you closed the story out with them putting that plate of food on the stove, and her thinking, Betty thinking that she might hear her coming for a bite of food. I just loved it, the whole story. You're no stranger to our feature picks either, are you? You've been up there. The weekly novel stories.
I'm always tickled when I see one of my stories up there, but I'm like, sometimes I'm like, okay, I want to see who else is there.
Sure.
Discover new people.
Sometimes, yeah.
That's what I'd love to see. You know, one of the things I love the most about the Weekly Knob is how so many different interpretations of one prompt and so many different styles of writing. It's amazing. You guys are so unique in that. There are not that many places where you can go and you can read a romance or a horror story or a poem, you know, all in one place. And there really is something for everybody there on the Weekly Knob. And I'd encourage anybody that's listening that has never checked it out, man, go there and check it out. You will find something you love.
Yes. Oh, yeah. Thank you, Terry. Listen, speaking of the Weekly Knob, and writing in general, we're curious. I know we sent you some ideas of questions we might ask, and perhaps you've given this some thought. I'm really curious on what happened the first time for you that you actually published something that you wrote, whether it was in print or on the internet or whatnot. What was that like for Terry Turpin to release something that she's written for the first time as a writer?
Well, I think this is a very common response, to be excited and terrified. You know, you're putting yourself out there. The very first thing I had published was back in 2010, 2011. It was a personal essay, and I sent it into a little local journal that featured, I'm in Texas, I'm in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. And there was a journal that featured Dallas-Fort Worth writers. And so I just thought, I'll just send this in and see what happens. And I actually got paid $10. I think I still have a copy of that check somewhere. I was so excited. Like, oh, the first time I get paid for something, it's a thrill. But seeing my name in print was just like really cool, really nice. But it was also very scary. I'm like, oh, what if someone reads it and doesn't like it? And, you know, the advice I would give to people who are creative, you know, if you want something published, keep trying. It's just like hitting the lottery when you go outside into the literary journals. But I would advise them, start small, look for small journals, small places. The Weekly Knob publishes so many new writers and is so supportive. You know, it's great. Medium is a great place to start out, I think, for new writers.
And we do the Weekly Knob. We love to support developing writers, and that's one of the Ara and Jeff and I were talking about. That's one of the things that we love, is to watch somebody come in and develop and continue to grow, and we can see their development each time that they submit something that they've written to the prompt, and that's a lot of fun for us. It's gratifying to see that, to know that we have a little piece of that. Terry, what's your biggest hurdle when you think about the practice of writing, the craft? What's your biggest hurdle that you have to overcome to keep developing as a writer?
Time management.
Good.
I work full time. And so I tend to think, oh, I'm too tired, or, oh, you know, all these excuses. And then I think about Ray Bradbury, who had to go to a library and rent a typewriter and work in the basement of the library to type out his short stories when he was beginning his writing career. And I think I really have no excuse because, well, I'm working from home right now, working remotely. So I don't even have the commute anymore. But I don't know. There's so many distractions. I need to work on narrowing down distractions and making writing a priority. Even if I don't write every day, I do need to set aside, make that a priority. Because I feel like if I don't nourish my creative side, I feel something missing in my
Right. And you make a good point. Distractions can come in a lot of forms. I know for me personally, distractions are a lot of times they are right here. My distractions, which writing, it takes focus if you want to be coherent and make us, you know, oftentimes I'll see developing writers, they can turn in a story that it doesn't come full circle. It's not a full story. It doesn't have a beginning, a middle, and an end. And it takes focus to finish a piece of work that you're doing and want to publish. And distraction is a tough one. And you know, also second guessing. You know, does this work? Can I? You know, that self-editing is difficult too when you write and you're putting on all the different hats. You're editing and you're proofing and so forth. So that can be a challenge as well. Are you working on anything currently, any compilations or that you're going to publish? Are you going to be putting out an ebook, Terry?
Yeah, well, I do have, I have a couple. I have a short story on Amazon that is part of the Kindle Unlimited program. So if people are on Kindle Unlimited, they can read that for free. And the story, I think, is 99 cents. It's pretty low. I also have a collection. I was going to show the paperback, but I have a collection on Amazon of stories, and a lot of them came from the Weekly Knob.
Oh, that's wonderful. I know a handful of writers that have put out collections, and I know Ronald Flores. He's one of our frequent contributors, and he has a book of collected stories, and probably 80% of it are the Weekly Knob stories. Just a talented writer too, as well. Let's see. I'm looking at the questions over here because I don't have them memorized. I probably should. I hate to ask this because I almost know what you're going to say, but I want to know, what is your favorite thing about the Weekly Knob? You kind of already said it.
My favorite thing about the Weekly Knob is it's like a huge non-judgmental family. I've made so many contacts with other writers, people that I stay in contact with on Twitter and on Facebook and different places. Trey is one of them, you know, of course, I consider these people my friends, and I met them through the writing, through reading their writing on Medium and the Weekly Knob, and, you know, kind of looking them up. So just the camaraderie, I guess you would call it. When I see the prompts every week, I look forward Saturday morning. I'm like, even if I don't have a story coming out, I'm like, I want to check and see what's the prompt for next week and who's on there, who put a story up and what did they write. It's very exciting. It's like Christmas, you know, every once a week.
Oh, that's so good to hear. That is so good to hear. You know, this is the first time we've really gotten this kind of feedback collectively today, and it's been incredible. I've told these guys earlier, I said, if I wasn't grinning so much, I'd be crying.
I know it is. It's amazing, and it's great to see your faces. I'm so glad you guys started this YouTube thing because it's like I can put a voice and a face to these people that I see all the time.
It's always great to hear the voices, but also to see people's face. But often when I'm reading, I make up a voice for people, especially if I read them a couple of times and you start to get familiar with them. Yeah. Then it's always fun to hear the actual voice because usually it doesn't quite match up. So yeah, but that's what happens when you do it in your own mind. Yeah, it's like, and your story this week was so nicely written. I've never seen plates like that, but I could see, you know, it's like, it was so, like, I had this fly on the wall feeling. And that's one of the best things that you can be in a story, I feel like, to feel like you're experiencing it right there in the room.
Great.
Terry's
Thank you.
stories always have so much, your stories always have a lot of warmth in them. It seems almost like a signature style for you. And then occasionally you'll come out with something that I'll be like, that was terrible. And I love that. I just love that. I love it when writers get outside of their comfort zone or whatnot. You know, Aura just made a great point about writing in general. She said, I've never seen those plates, but I could see them. And that is the hallmark of good writing. When we as writers use our descriptive powers, I think Stuart said something about licking plates clean was one of his superpowers. Well, a superpower that writers have is the ability to make a reader see something, even an object, and to feel something. And you do that, Terry. You do that.
Thanks.
Very, very well.
It's kind of like, it's like teleporting them into the story.
Absolutely. That's our whole game. That's what we're after. You know,
Yeah.
we want to bring them in. We want to bring them along with us. And you can't underestimate the power of a great description, and it doesn't have to be long. It could be a few well-chosen words, which you do
Can
well.
I read it again?
Did we get a little mini raid over there?
We got, the moderator just told me, oh no, it's Kick Club.
It's what?
Oh my God.
What happened?
It's Kick Club.
What is that?
This is serious.
Hold on a minute. Hold on a second, Terry. What is?
Yeah, the chat is currently blowing up.
Yes. So we got hit by the second huge YouTuber.
Okay.
That usually does these things.
This is
thank you, Mark.
Awesome.
If you're going by Big D money bags at the moment, thank you. I'm sorry I'm not in the Kick Club right now. I usually am. Thank you so much for actually rating one of mine. That's an honor. That's really
great.
an honor.
That's wonderful. Well, this day has really blown it out of the water for us. I mean, I'm tickled. I didn't know what to expect, but I did not expect this. And this is wonderful. Terry,
amazing.
If there is any one piece of advice you would give to developing writers, what would that be?
Just keep going. Creativity is so important, in our life in general, to, put part of yourself out there. And don't be afraid. Find a group that supports you. I think that's the most important thing. Find a writing group of people who are similar to you, who are going to lift you up. Because when you start out on the writing journey, it's hard to go it alone, and it can be a very solitary pursuit. But to get the feedback and the love you need, find a group, find people that you can relate to, and just keep going.
Yes. Good. Very good advice. Thank you, Terry. Your patronage and your stories, we're humbled by them, and we appreciate your support. We really do. We always say this, and I know it sounds, we mean it. We tell our writers all the time and our readers that we're grateful. Without them, there'd be no the Weekly Knob, and we're writers ourselves, so we can relate to everything that writers go through wherever they're at in their development. I think back to some of the things that I've first written, and I'm I'm like, thank God I just kept writing. You just keep writing, and you get better, and you get better, and you write through those beginning times and so forth. And the validation and the support of the community is very, very important, and we appreciate yours. And we appreciate your
Love
stories.
you guys. Yeah.
We love you too. And thank you for coming on with us today for Merry Thankmas.
Sure. Great to be here. It's so exciting.
Yeah,
Yes,
it is.
thank
exciting.
you.
We're excited. And we're excited for your next story and your next book too.
Yeah, looking forward to it.
All right.
Yeah.
Thanks, guys.
Bye. Thanks, Gary.
Bye.
Bye.
Okay, awesome. Great interview. Great.
Okay, so I am guessing we are having a few new people who might not know what we're doing here.
Okay,
we are the Weekly Knob. We are a writing community. We put out writing prompts every week. Writers have 5 days to take the prompt, make a story, edit it, polish it, get it to us, and we publish it. And 5 days, that is quite a challenge. And for Thankmas, we put up the prompt of plates because our prompts are always very mundane, very everyday objects. And
the stories
then,
aren't. The stories are anything but mundane and everyday.
Oh, no, the stories are amazing. The stories, they surprise us every week. And it is so, I'm sorry?
I said, and poetry.
Oh, and poetry. Yes, shouldn't forget that. Yeah, and we are sharing the poetry and the flash fictions and the short stories for this prompt on our channel right now. We're listening to it together. We're kind of discussing it. We're keeping a little bit of a look at the chat now and then. If you choose to donate, if you donate $5 or more, please click the little reward star. It will prompt you to enter your email. We will send you a download link for a collection of holiday-themed short stories written by our wonderful writers. Please put your email in because without an email, we can't get this link to you. We couldn't get it to work in Tiltify that it directly pops up.
And we won't spam you. We won't spam you.
No, we won't spam you. You won't end up on the email list or anything like that. We will just send you a link to download the ebook in whatever format you prefer. And once it's yours, it's yours. You can share it with everybody who loves to read in your family, in your friend circle. Send it to everybody in your office as a holiday treat. It's really some really nice stories. There's going to be some heartwarming stories and some heartbreaking stories, something that you can laugh about and some things that are just really exciting to read. There's some murder involved. So we have something for everyone in there.
Hey, Ara, Jeff, do you guys know what time it is? Do you know what time it is?
What time is it?
It is time for Pull My Finger Santa. It's the Red Nose Day. We are in with Red Nose, and that is comic relief. And it's time for a little comic relief. So let's see. Pull my fingers.
That's all you're getting this Christmas.
That's all you're getting this Christmas.
That's all you're getting.
I torment my cat with that. Okay. Okay, little comic relief, We've been at this for about 3 hours now.
Because Comic Relief and Red Nose Day is the beneficiary for our charity raising efforts. It is so important with the COVID crisis right now that we support people who cannot put a holiday meal on the table this Christmas. For $40, every $40 can put a meal for a family that just can't provide this year. And we're all going through hard times. So $1 helps. If you have $5 though, you're gonna get our ebook. So whatever you can donate would be great.
You know, writers, we work in metaphors and symbolism and you know, all these, we have all these tricks in our bag. And the idea that you're putting food on someone's plate, that is a concrete, practical, noble cause. But beyond that, what you're putting in people's lives is the idea, the concrete idea that somebody out there cares, someone out there cares. And that is probably equally as important as the food. When you're down on your luck and things are not going well and you get hit with a global pandemic and you're wondering, how am I going to feed my children? And you have a community, a world community that steps up and says, here, I'm going to share what I have with you. It's that the immediate relief of the food is great, but then that lingering idea that somebody cares, there are people that care what's happening to me, because it would be a lonely world that we live in without that. And when you donate your money, that's what you're telling people. I care. I care. It's not just $1. It's not just a plate of food. It's standing up and saying, I care about you. I care that you're hurting. I care that you don't have enough.
Yes, and it's hope. It's community. It's taking care of one another, because that's what we're supposed to do. We are social animals. We cannot survive without community, without society, and we should take care of each other, especially when the whole globe is being hit by this virus that just took like half, maybe more, out of commission. There's people hurting out there.
Yes.
And that's no fault to them.
Right. Well, and that takes me to our next, leads me to our next submission that we're going to play for you by one of our newer contributors. And I'll tell you what it made me think of. Jessica McMillan's poem. It's called Full Plate. And it made me think of our writers, our community of people, all of us, are busy. We're actually really busy. And for people to, even though, rules of society have changed, work and people are working from home. Ara was even saying earlier, it seems like we're busier. And it seems like you would be less busy, but you're not. And this next piece, this poem by Jessica McMillan, really touches on that. And what touched me about it too is that I'm sure that this poem was probably written from some personal experience, as poems usually are. You can usually be confident when you assume that a piece of poetry is written from an authentic personal experience. And the fact that this writer took time out from this busy time in her life to contribute this piece to the Weekly Knob and her efforts, that goes a long way. That goes a long way to say that I care. And I think that we should go ahead and listen to Full Plate. I'm sure we'll be able to relate. And I did not mean to rhyme that.
Full plate. The carpet sets the scene. A dirt field of dog-tooth snags, patina of dodgy spots and sooted paths. From the morning with lists and bodies to dress, band-aids to check, and after the corporate gig, there's an inventory of explosions and altercations and checking wet pants. Directly on to the next chaotic parade, where pen and page barely exhale between ambitions and grind and a teeming mind interrupted, lofty ideas undermined by pedantry of PTAs and AGMs and report cards, and personal basics like, when is the last time I shaved? This is momentum to get something on the plate, to step up to the plate, to decide I'm not at your fingertips for all the questions and assessments and assumptions about my time, this mythical woman who quit the need for play-by-plays when it's time to keep moving and it's too hard to make the call anyway. But this blurred video is complete, and there's food to be had with the plate being full. There are lunches getting packed and bellies getting filled, quadruped and bipeds alike. And these achievements of living, the crime scene floor canvas, the empty plate adorned by rush meals, and the exhausted washing machine backbeat or the harmony of grateful disasters.
And we're back.
Hi.
I was just rereading Jessica's poem, and I probably would highlight the whole thing if I could, because
yes,
I love it. And again, we talked about this earlier about opening lines and how important they are for a writer to render something that grabs the reader's attention. And I love her opening where she sets the scene, and she says the carpet sets the scene, a dirt field of dog-tooth snags, patina of dodgy spots and sooted paths. I love that. I was hooked right on immediately when
at least for me, that you're done. You could just shut everything off and crawl back to bed, but you don't have time to do that because there's too much going on, too much to do.
So much is beyond our control, especially now in this global pandemic, in this new world we've kind of entered into. We are reminded of our own smallness, really, that we hold to the illusion of control. I think it is an illusion. I mean, obviously there's practical things that we must control and do every day, especially when you're raising a family, as you well know, Ara and Jeff, being single parents. I mean, but there's so much that's beyond our control. And I sort of got that message in there that, we're just running around putting out little fires half the time. And to me, that amazes me when a writer is raising a family, is working a job, caring for kids and animals, and they have such a passion for the craft that they are still able to find time to write. That's always incredible to me. I mean, myself being retired, I have no excuse, but I'm always amazed by the writers who have quite a full plate and they are still honoring their desire to create and write poetry and stories and so forth. So I think
we're losing you.
You disappeared into the background.
I was fading into the butterscotch. Oh my God, my teeth turned yellow. Wait a minute. What is happening with my background? Here, I think the camera needs to grab my...
Your light quality might have changed.
My light quality probably did change. It is rainy and overcast here. I've just about got every light on in the place. So I'm not quite
First
sure.
time people hang there in.
What?
Oh, I'm saying it's the first time streaming, so we're figuring things out on the fly.
Yeah, absolutely. So okay, so that was Full Plate by Jessica McMillan, another newer writer, the Weekly Knob, that we welcome wholeheartedly. I've enjoyed everything that she has sent in so far, and she is a perfect match for the writing community. She's very supportive and so forth. So look her up on Medium. You can find her on the Weekly Knob, and go give her some support.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. So
next up, we have a very special story written by Sandra Knight, our editor. And I love this because we've already mentioned a couple of times that food is social. Mm-hmm. However, having food and not having food is much more than just social. It can be political and it can be power. And you capture that perfectly. So, yeah, I'm not spoiling more. Let's listen to the story.
Yeah, this food is power.
If it smells right, we're going to eat it. Cave folk are more clever than those elite prats up top give us credit for, by golly. And that gave us an edge in the beginning, but some of them folk rightly suspected we wouldn't go down easy after the Great Purge. So they barred access to real food, rationed clean water, and gave us some genetically engineered corn powder to choke on instead. And they call themselves polite society. Pfft, ain't nothing polite about them gluttonous blubber monkeys. How you going to rise up and take back your planet from the edge of extinction when half your clan is malnourished and dehydrated? People who've never experienced the mean growl of hunger drilling through their core like a rusty auger bit used to say, folks eat with their eyes. Hell, I don't know about all that hoity-toity baloney, but I eat with my mouth, from a plate, with a fork, and sometimes my fingers, if you want to get picky. And my food, when I get it, don't have to be pretty, it's just got to smell right. Tara waggles a few crooked digits in the air for emphasis, then taps her nose. The antique dragonfly earring piercing her left lobe flashes silver as she nods in agreement with herself. Come to think of it, it was them that got us into this mess in the first place, hoarding resources like nobody else was worthy of a plate of food or a drink of clean water but them and their inbred family line. Now they'll get what they deserve. The only place left to grow real food is down here. They're going to have to swallow their pride, which last I heard has no nutritional value, and ask us for help. Or die. Poetic, don't you think? You know, them old Greeks got it wrong. Justice was never blind, she was just hungry. Starving ain't no way to go, though, I've seen it. Them folks up top are in for a hell of a ride after their metabolism gobbles up all their fat reserves. Cave folk aren't animals, though. We're going to feed 'em all right, but we ain't going to be in no hurry about it. They're going to have to understand the repercussions of their actions first. It could take a while. Tara taps the homemade armor covering her chest and then her shoulder where a crudely stitched patch was affixed. See this? This plate and silverware was the only symbol of the resistance we could all agree on. We're a diverse group of survivors down here, and it was tough going in the beginning. But the fear of seeing our children starving before our eyes united us. Now we're going to be able to put real food on our plates. Maybe even have Lucinda stitch us a nice bouquet of broccoli to put on our patch. But I don't want to jinx it. Food is power. But when you got it, and you take it for granted, things can go south real quick. So above all, we're grateful for what we got, and we'll share it. Bon appetit, my friend.
And we're back.
Hey. So just by your body language, I noticed that you already got a little bit nervous that we were about to air your story.
Well, we're gonna, right. I'm sure glad we couldn't hear it. We don't hear it on the live stream, but yeah. That story, I was thinking about it. Sometimes what happens for me is I'll get a character that'll just sort of start talking in my head. And that's what happened with this story. And it was just like this curmudgeonly elder from this community that was forced to move underground because the world basically went to hell in a handbasket. And really the message there for me as the story developed, and I'm listening to this character talk, because sometimes they just write through you. And her message really to me and through the story was, be careful, because you never know when you're going to be on the bottom. You might be on the top right now, but you never know when you're going to be on the bottom. And we need to learn that we're all in this together. Just because someone is on the top or living on the surface doesn't mean that that's going to stay that way forever. We need to raise, we need to develop a helping culture that is worldwide. I mean, we have something like that, but that thought needs to be there all the time with us.
Yeah, it needs to be normalized.
It needs to be normalized, because we just talked about that with Jessica's poem. We don't ever know when we are going to be on the downside and need help. And I can tell you one thing, it's a lot easier to ask for help if you've helped others, you know?
Yes.
And that was sort of anyway. And I got to thinking about food, like we were talking about food and plate, and how it is powerful. If you control food, if you have food and you have control of it, then you have power.
Oh, yes. And it's a very basic need. If it's not fulfilled, you cannot fulfill any other needs. This is like, look at any sort of psychology, or even like in marketing, they will tell you like, yeah, no, food and safety and just a place to sleep, clothes on your back. If you don't have that, you cannot go up, you cannot go towards self-fulfillment. So yeah, if you don't have food,
right,
that's where it stops.
All those basic human needs, that need that we have for community also has been impacted by the global pandemic.
Oh, yes.
And we're all distanced from one another, and that's hurting a lot of people, really. So yeah, I mean,
and food is so interconnected. Like, yes, it is a basic need, but it is social. It is a way to share community. It is a way to share love. There's so many traditions and rituals and, you know, good food, good people, that you got a good time right there.
Yeah.
So, you know, not having that food robs you not just of nutrients. It will rob you of so many different things that we really just need as humans to survive. Right. So yeah, it is political, it is social, it is political, it is powerful. Nobody should have to go without food.
Right.
It will mess you up.
Yes. All right. Okay, now that we got that one out of the way.
Yes. One more time, we are here not only to listen to great stories and discuss them and enjoy ourselves. We are here to raise money for Red Nose Day. There is a link in the description down below where you can donate. If you donate $5, we will send you a link to download an ebook. Do click the reward. They prompt you to put in your email. We're not going to use the email for anything else. You will only get a link from us. We will lose your email after that. You won't be put on any lists, but please do. The stories in it are great.
We don't want to invite you to come to theweeklynob.com. Come visit us.
The Weekly Knob is also in the links down below. If when this is over, you want more stories, there is many, many more stories to be had in the Weekly Knob. Link is also down below. There's also a link, if you still feel generous, to our Patreon. Support us, help us keep the lights on, help us pay some of our writers. That would be amazing.
So coming up next, we have, I know I can speak for all three of us when I say one of our cherished, funniest, favorite writers in the Weekly Knob, who is a frequent contributor, is John Tinney, and he is over in Glasgow, and he has.
You wouldn't pronounce it like that.
What is that?
You wouldn't pronounce it like that.
Oh, okay. So how do you pronounce it?
Well, in the UK it's pronounced Glasgow, but even in Glasgow it's not pronounced.
Okay. Well, we would need John here to pronounce that. Unfortunately, he's delivering the Royal Mail today, and he could not be with us because he's got a day job. But we're looking forward to the day when all he has to do is write to put food on his family's plates. He's wonderfully fun and engaging. He has narrated a few of his stories that you can find on our YouTube channel. And I believe all these stories that we've put up today will also be loaded onto the channel. So if you want to.
Yes, it will take a little bit, but we will put each story on individually. And of course, this live stream, after it's done, will go up as a video as well. So if you missed the beginning of it and you would like to see more of us, royally fucking up the live stream in the beginning,
Yeah.
then it will all be on there. I'm not going to go in and cut because, hey, it's our first time. I think we did pretty well.
We're going to
all
save
things
it.
considered.
We'll save it for posterity. And we've actually even, and you could let us know in the comments if you'd be interested in this. We've actually kicked around the idea of doing a writers roundtable once a month on a live stream on our channel, where we would invite writers and we could talk again about creative writing and some of those stories that we have and so forth. So, if that's something that you think you might like, let us know and we'll see if we can't work that out. That might be fun. Now back to John. This story that he turned in for the Charity Plate edition is typical Tinny fashion. It's satire, it's funny, it's cheeky, and I just love it. We had so much fun. I had so much fun reading this, and every time I've read it, something else tickles my funny bone that didn't the first time. So without further ado, we are going to hear John narrate for us his own story, Find China for Jesus.
No one uses the good china unless they want to start an international incident. You see, a plate isn't just a plate once you call it good china or fine china. It becomes something capable of changing the dynamic of an entire household. Our fine china was made in Scotland and hadn't even seen a Chinese meal, but it was cursed with the title and became an exotic mystery at the back of the cupboard. What's the point of a plate that never has food on it? I once asked my dad. Just you eat your dinner off a normal plate and stop asking stupid questions. Who do you think you are? The Pope or something? I thought the Pope must be spoiled rotten living in a world of fine china. Aye, he gets nothing but the best because he name drops God into conversations, while I get chastised for questioning the wisdom of plates that may as well exist behind bulletproof glass in Fort Knox. Well, fuck it, I thought one day. I'm eating off one of these plates. I was expecting to be drawing the blinds and French kissing this thing, but to my crushing disappointment, the food tasted the same. 2 months later. Who's been using the fine china? Ma shouted. I had naively underestimated the depth of insanity a person can mine from a kitchen cupboard. It didn't take Poirot sliffing about to figure out this one. There were 3 people in the house and I was a prime suspect in most of the petty crimes in a mile radius. That's the burden of being an only child and an aspiring criminal. I think studying plates under lamps is a bit mental, but apparently I was a defective one. Were we waiting for Jesus to come in before we used them? You kidding? Ma asked. I wouldn't give Jesus his dinner off these plates now. Aye, you've ruined them with your clumsy knife and fork technique, Da said. Jesus wouldn't want good china anyway. He was a tradesman. How would you know what Jesus wants, eh? Da asked. I give you perfectly good plates and you still want to use the special occasion ones. We don't have any special occasions. The doorbell rang, which was weird in itself because our doorbell was out of batteries. But Jesus Christ doesn't need batteries. Who are you? I asked. I was 90% sure who it was, but I didn't want to jump to conclusions just because of an impeccable beard and a phosphorescent halo. My dad pulled me from the door and ushered in our perfect stranger. What smells so good? Jesus asked. My mother was slack-jawed. It's just a wee curry, I said, speaking for her. Quiet you, Dad said. Set the good china out for Jesus and make yourself useful. I thought it wasn't a good china anymore. Just do what you tell ya. Dad always tried to keep his airs and graces when there was an interloper about. Is that really Jesus? Ma asked me. I think so. Who else glows and hovers into a kitchen? She pinched me. Ah, what was that for? To make sure I'm not dreaming. I'm meant to pinch you or you pinch yourself. That was fucking child abuse. Don't you swear in front of Jesus, Dad said. Ugh, don't worry about it, Jesus said. Just gives a wee bit of that food in my grand. Of course, Jesus, Da said. Hurry up, John. Set the fine china while your ma gets the food out the oven. I collected the plates and stuck them round the table. I can't eat half this, Jesus said. So I scraped. My parents gave me a look of purest murder. Is this the fine china? It was, Ma said. But he's been using it and not telling anybody. Andy has abysmal knife and fork technique, Da said. Well, the food smells nice in that, but I'm afraid I can't be eating off this. Jesus pointed at his halo. I'm Jesus, know what I mean? If I don't have standards, who will? He made for the door, and I had the distinct feeling this would be my last supper. See, Da said, this is what happens when you don't follow the rules. You insult Jesus, and you've made your mother cry. Da picked up a fork, but I picked up a knife. Jesus burst out laughing and sat back down. Calm down, he said, lowering us back into our seats with his firm, carpenter hands. I was just kidding. I'm no fussy. I'm a tradesman. And that was Jesus, a class act, even if he did lick the plate clean after his curry.
And we're back.
I know y'all are chuckling. You listen to that whole story. I know I've been kind of following along and sitting here grinning as we read it. And one thing I loved about what John did is he put himself in the story and gave the reader a little glimpse about his impish, playful character, which I completely buy. I think.
Oh, yes.
Exactly.
John's stories.
As he portrays himself to be, I mean, it's actually hilarious. And only John, well, and maybe a few others that we have, would think about, Jesus showing up at the door for dinner and then kidding him about he can't eat off those plates because they're scratched. And I love how he ended it with it, that Jesus was just kidding. He says, I'm a tradesman, but I loved it. I got a real sense of the writer in this when he put himself into the story, and of course his family. And here we are again, back with family and sharing food with none other than a prophet that would show up at the door for curry. I mean, I loved it from the beginning.
He would too. I have a feeling that he would too. If he could, he would show up at everybody's dinner.
Oh yeah. Anyway, lots of fun, and John is a frequent contributor, and again, he is no stranger to the feature section, the feature pick section of our homepage, where we select our favorite stories of that weekly prompt in the edition. And John is also a patron of the Weekly Knob. When he came on, he started supporting us immediately, and of course, obviously, we really appreciate it. I mean, if all he gave us was his stories, we would be happy. So we're even more delighted that he has chosen to support us. And with a couple bucks a month, that's all we ask for patrons is $2 is the minimum, up to whatever they can afford. But our writers, we know they're not rich. We know none of us are rich. None of us have really hit the lottery. And then so to take money out of your budget and support a publication that you enjoy and you see a purpose for, that's a big deal. And it's a big deal to contribute to Thankmas through YouTube, even if it's just $1. I mean, I know we keep coming back to money, and I really don't like talking about money, but in this particular instance, it's important to talk about the money. You have to bite the bullet and talk about the donations. And the Weekly Knob community in this effort has just hit it out of the park. I mean, I don't know where we're at on our numbers, or can you give us a little update?
Yes, I can. Right now, we are standing at $6,171 from our $500 goal.
Our $500 goal. That is
Yeah, so, and we thought that 500 would be very ambitious and we might not make it, but we were going to aim for it anyway.
And
I know that we got some really big donations, but even if you factor those out, we still hit well over our goal.
Yes.
So that is really, truly amazing.
I want
to. I am seeing here we're getting a thank you from a writing teacher, and I think of all the messages that have been left to us, that is the one that kind of gets me the most. It's like, yes, no problem, but thank you for donating.
Oh yeah, thank you, writing teacher, whoever you are. That reminds me, one of our first contributors and supporters of the Weekly Knob, and he still follows it, but he's quite busy. Is Tom Farr, and Farr. You can find him still on Medium, but he is also a creative writing teacher, and he found value and support in our publication and contributes rarely today, but he used to contribute a lot more, but he's off to other things, like we said. I want to go back to John for just a second.
Sure.
John's technique is always he's kind of in your face a little bit with his writing, and he really grabs your attention, and he doesn't shy away from turning a crude phrase, and which is
absolutely
fine. And he makes his point well, and he has a defined style and voice. And that's one of the things that I love about John. I mean, if I had to remove names and read a bunch of stories that we had through the Weekly Knob blind, I would be able to pick out his stories.
Without a doubt.
The accent, the Scottish accent.
Even if you remove that one. Because John has a gift. No matter what he writes, he can and has written about brutal murders.
Right.
But he does it in a way that leaves you laughing.
Right.
He just does.
I was going to ask Jeff, because Jeff has been actually, we all have selected his stories for our picks throughout his tenure with the Weekly Knob, but Jeff does it a little more often, and I wanted to get Jeff's impression of John's writing.
What I like about John is that he can take the prompt and you never know where he's going to go with it. He has written the most mundane kitchen sink dramas that will still leave you laughing, but there's like almost nothing amazing is happening. It's just a little bit of family drama. And then he can write high sci-fi in the same style, and again, leave you laughing. And it's, yeah.
Cool. Good.
I'm a big fan.
Me too. We all are. We're always amazed at where writers take the prompt, but we're always amazed with writers that zigzag all over the place, that you can't predict where their imagination is going to take them. And John is one of those kinds of writers. And I would say the Weekly Knob, like Terry Turpin was saying, there is room for everybody. There's room for everybody.
Yes.
And
everybody at any level.
Our editions, as we put them out, we want them to be diverse. We enjoy that because we know we have a diverse following of readers. So
and just to kind of explain this point, emerging writer doesn't mean that you are young. It just means that you haven't written a lot yet. You can be 70 years old and be an emerging writer if you just started picking up the pen, and there's place for you.
Right.
And I would say you would have more life experience to put into your stories, because good stories are authentic, even if it's fiction, because the reader, they will pick it up right away. They will know if you're just making everything up. And that sounds weird because, yes, of course, fiction is made up. But it's made up out of tiny little truths that you put together to create a lie.
Mm-hmm. I know for me as a writer, when I started writing, I just started writing. And it's typical in my fashion, and it's probably a shared experience with other writers, that you have the urge and the inspiration, and you just start writing. And for me, I did, and I wasn't doing it well. I had a few points in there, but I started writing enough to know that I wanted to continue to write. And then I had to say to myself, if I want to continue to write, I need to look at some basic things about structure. I need to actually learn some things. So once I figured out that I had the writing bug, then I sort of went back and I started to learn some things about the structure and plot devices and all the things that writers pull out of their bag and so forth. And frankly, I'm still learning, and there's always something
every day.
But the thing with writing is you have to write. You have to write to get there. You have to write to make the mistakes. You write to make the mistakes, and you write to uncover those jewels that are inside of you. And the voices, the characters that pop up and that want a voice. Those are always fun when you can develop some characters that sort of live in your head. So, but you have to write to get there.
You have to write it. Yeah. It doesn't matter if your writing is bad, you can always improve upon it, but you have to have it.
Exactly.
You can edit it, you can rewrite it, but you need something to start with, and just put the pen to paper.
Exactly. And there's no harm in writing a bad poem.
Fingers to the keyboard. Yeah, that works.
What is that, Jeff?
Or fingers to the keys.
Yeah, or fingers.
Pen to paper.
Yes, definitely. Okay, cool. Awesome. All right. Now we're on to our next audio story, which is actually a poem. And again, this is one of our new emerging writers. Christabel has been with the Weekly Knob probably a couple months now. And she turned in this poem that we've actually had some discussions around. And Ara, actually, Jeff, what is the name of the word? The mending plates with gold.
Oh.
The term for that.
I can't remember off the top of my head. I have to dig back through the Slack channel.
Kintsugi.
Yes.
Kintsugi. Anyway, Christabel doesn't cite kintsugi specifically, but the technique she does take. And anyway, listen to her poem, and then we will come back and talk about some highlights. With Christabel's Beauty is in the Eye of the Beholder.
Beauty in the Eyes of the Beholder by Christabel. Round and flat, but happy was I to be a plate that was most up to date. All that was needed to make me complete was a hot meal to be served, and I would feel elite. But you see, I have no hands to do the work that a meal demands. All I could do is be a plate to serve up a meal that all await. I had 11 brothers, but I knew I was the best of the lot. My gold rim was perfect, without a glitch or a dot. Although a plate I was, I prided myself on my important job, 'cause I worked as an instrument to satisfy the cravings of a ravenous mob. On important occasions I would be used, and that made me so proud and bemused. There I stood majestically for days on end, without anyone who could contend. But hark, I will never forget the day when the cat was at play. He leaped onto my shelf, and down we went, my brothers and me, tumbling below into the bottomless dent, all shattered, broken, crumbled, irreparable forever. We were left there, some in bits, others in pieces. In ran the maid and shooed away the cat. She shook her head and sighed. She went out of the room to get the broom. I looked at my brothers. They were quite broken. I could sense their gloom, being gathered up in the maid's dustpan, on their way to meet their doom. And there was I, broken exactly in two. Looking at me, the maid, she said, "Here's one that we can probably save." So she took me to her master and said in a voice full of regret, "Here's the only one I could save from the set." The master looked at me and said with a smile, "Yes, this will do nicely, although it will take a while." I waited aghast, trying to think up my fate that night, while he turned his back and hummed a happy tune. All I could think of is, this is my doom. Then he turned with melted gold in his hand. "Let's get you all patched up," he said, being nice and kind. I was not sure what molten gold could do to me. After all, I was a broken plate. What use could I possibly be at this rate? But yet he lovingly took me in his hands and gently put in the molten gold, sticking my parts together with the precious mold. Then he left me on a shelf, steadying me with bands, and patted me gently while he beheld me. "You will be my prized treasure," said he. "You just wait and see." He came back the next day to examine my broken body. "Lo and behold," he exclaimed, "wasn't it the broken plate I did mend? Here it is, more beautiful than before. The molten gold has glorified its cracked face and made it better than the best. Now it will occupy a place of pride, and on my shelf will it abide." He was as good as his word. He placed me in the center with a spotlight trained on my face. And now all his guests admire the beautiful plate with a gold line that belongs to the squire. Beholden I am to the master, for he showed me how pride comes with a fall. For once I was perfect. No one ever knew my flaws. They beheld my beauty and chose to ignore my faults. But when my flaws were exposed, everyone but the master turned their nose. 'Cause only the master believed the beauty that was inside me. He chose to let the world see me with my faults, 'cause they made me what I was, a beautiful being. Even though I had cuts within, he gave me my best chance, and for that I'm ever grateful, for he found me broken and flawed, yet so beautiful. Thank you.
And we're back. One short. Sorry, this is live and we have been going for some time now. So,
Yes, and
yeah.
if you have to go, you have to go. So, yes. But about the poem, so this custom to mend pottery with gold, with the understanding that the piece is now more beautiful than it had been because it was broken. Just that concept is so beautiful to me. And I've been using a sort of meme format with the explanation for this to send to people who might have been going through a tough time, might be feeling down on their luck, might feel kind of broken, to remind them that often you end up more beautiful because you were once broken, because you have had hardship. You will gain empathy, you will gain appreciation in life for things, and that only makes you a better person. So that is so much of the poem for me, that what it comes back to is just perfection is really boring. It's when you get mended, and if you can mend yourself with gold and use it to better yourself, that's when you end up a better person. It's about a plate, not a person, but it's the same concept.
It is a beautiful metaphor. The whole story is how Christabel took it from a plate's perspective and gave, the plate a personality and so forth. I thought it was very well crafted and had a beautiful, beautiful message. We really, really enjoyed that poem. I tend to, first as an editor, when I read through a submission, I tend to read through it more literally, and I'm looking at it a bit more technically. And then I go back and I read through people's submissions. Even, I've read people's submissions typically 2-3 times, and always on that last reading, I'm struck with how well, because then I can read it freely as a reader would. And I'm always struck with how well our writers communicate with the prompts that they're given. Again, we give them ordinary, everyday objects. Some of the prompts we choose might be a little leading, but we felt a plate was, it's just a plate, but it's so much more than a plate. And obviously Thankmas is about so much more than just giving $1 or $5 or $10. It is about stepping up and taking responsibility for people who have less than you, for humanity, and for your community, your world community, for that matter. Because if we haven't mentioned, I mean, this project, the Full Plate Project, it is a worldwide effort to feed families and children. So everybody that has donated, we thank you from the bottom of our hearts. It has restored some faith. It's easy to become cynical in today's world and climate, and
so much going wrong. Yeah, it's so easy to get just caught up in all the negativity and everything just going wrong. And I'm sorry, I'm having the sun setting here.
Oh, you've got the, it's wonderful. I wish we had sun here. We've got rain and cold.
Yeah. But it's nice to see people getting together and doing something good. And it does restore community. It restores this feeling that, yes, we are all in this together and we are all doing our parts, and we can all, no matter how small, we can do something to make this world, leave it better than we found it.
Yes, yes.
And that should be really anyone's goal, is to leave this world a better place than we found it. And with efforts like these, it's a huge step. But you can make like little steps every day, because even in your own community, donate time, donate money, just do something to make the community better. There, I am sure, are so many projects going on right now because so many people are negatively influenced by this crisis, by this virus that's going around. So yeah, just doing something, it helps. It not just helps you feel good about yourself, it helps you feel good about humankind. And I think that is really the goal, what we're going for here.
And we should actually tip our hat and a big thank you to YouTube and the creators that have pulled this whole very ambitious project together across YouTube wide and so forth. If you haven't checked out what other creators on YouTube are doing, please do so. Not that we want you to leave us, but there's a lot going on out there. There's so many ways that you can give. And I've always said one of the most precious things that we can give besides our money is our time and attention, your time and attention to somebody who needs a hand, needs help. And that's always worth much more than you can ever imagine to people on the receiving end of that. We have a couple more stories to go.
Yes.
Let's move on to our next one. This particular writer, one of my favorites, Emma Poe, is also a patron of the Weekly Knob, and she's got a lot going on in her life. But when we put out the call to our writers that we were doing this, she stepped up and turned in a wonderful poem called Cliches, and she does touch a little bit on the pandemic and the full plate that we all face in our lives these days. So let's listen to Emma Poe's Cliches. Cliches by Emma Poe.
When I was young, my father would close his restaurant once a week and lead me down to the local lake, dedicated in his determination to teach me to swim, ignoring my objections that grew in volume as the water appeared. "Kick," he would murmur in gentle words. "Move your arms." I would thrash around until I began to sink deep down below. "That's it, Ella, you're swimming," he would shout encouragingly, but I would cry as I choked out, "No, Papa, I'm just not drowning." I fought every step, shouting that swimming was just the means to keep from dying, and what was the point of the end result? He'd patiently say, "It's not the destination, it's the journey." I'd roll my eyes, wondering if they would get stuck there, leaving me blind, making it so I didn't have to try to swim. Eventually, I grew to love the lake, gliding beneath the surface and popping up like an otter, the sun warming the water, turning it into a shimmering field, and my thoughts, turned to liquid slowly, floated away. Throughout my childhood, I told my dad all I wanted was my own office and to eat off of china plates. I spent social studies, Spanish, and political philosophy dreaming of my future kitchen and cabinets filled with fine bone china. He'd laugh at me with worried eyes, shaking his head. My dream of the restaurant has been an amazing journey. I found my way enjoying the journey as well as the destination. 80% of restaurants fail, Papa, was all I said. Early on, I installed a secret ban on visits from friends after Jennifer came over for Papa's famous pizza, and right before she told him how much she loved his special sauce, she leaned in and whispered, "Your plates are from Target?" I never admitted her words, shattered the fine bones of my heart, put a voice on repeat that looped through my brain, that only books and my brain were my breadcrumbs back through the maze, leading me to the office desk overlooking my whole domain. Suddenly, it was my senior year, and I spent my time searching universities, dreaming of this end, for which I had fought long and hard. Life was moving, and it began to feel like maybe the end result was justified, but a change in the wind and a pandemic shattered the ending of my era. Would I have believed that the end of high school days mattered if it wasn't taken away from me, and I found myself crying for a loss? No senior prom, battle of the bands, signing of yearbooks, graduation. Gone were nights lying on the football field, getting high with my friends. I felt a great sorrow with the realization that a little death had occurred, one never expected, and my father's cliched words from so long ago bounced around my head, making me wonder if I really knew anything. It's not the destination, it's the journey. Could this hallmark sentiment be true? With no reason to get up early, I found myself restless late into the night, so I stealthily snuck towards the kitchen in search of a snack, when I was stopped short by sounds I'd never heard from my father. Like the shock of despair, I stood still in the darkness, listening to the soothing vibrations of my mom's voice. "Bankruptcy," my papa choked out, the voice of a drowning man in a stormy sea. Mom, treading water, fought the waves of hopelessness with no rope to throw, watching from the hallway as an unexpected riptide pulled down his dream. I knew you could believe, try, work, but there was no predicting the weather. Late at night, staring at the ceiling, I searched for already answered questions. Was there ever a bright-eyed child believing it was about the journey, or just a purveyor of the truth? Despite shimmering light dancing on the water, swimming only kept you from drowning. Only the ends justified the means.
And we're back.
Awesome. Awesome. Welcome back, everybody. And we're still here now that we only have one story left after cliches, and we're going to talk about cliches here in just a minute. Now that we only have one story left, we're getting pretty comfortable with this.
I do apologize for forgetting to mute my mic. But got some coffee. But.
Oh, no worries. No worries, Ara. What I loved about Emma's cliches is we have the whole poem works like a little vignette of a family. We get this snapshot of a family and a young girl and her father and how he pursued his dreams. And I always got the feeling from this poem that the little girl was yearning for a simpler life, something, she just wanted the basics. And one of her basics things that she decided that she wanted in her life was fine china. You know, she wanted an office with a view and some nice china plates. And one of the things that struck me about this poem, and it's very subtle, Emma touches on the idea of classism and poverty and having less than someone else, and the shame that comes with that. It was very poignant when the line in the poem where her friend leans over and whispers, "Your plates are from Target?" And she goes on and says, "I never admitted." Her words shattered the fine bones of my heart. Again, you know, fine bone china. We have the fine, you know, we have those ties in and those nuances that I think are expertly done, that give you a sense that this girl had some shame about their predicament. And then later in the poem, we find out from the writer that the father loses their restaurant because of the pandemic and so forth. And they you know, are facing bankruptcy. It is a poem about loss, I believe. And I think we all have lost some things in this year. And some, believe me, a lot more than others. Some people have lost loved ones, and you can't even quantify that. I've turned mustard color. I'm sorry. There, I'm back. Anyway, this was a poignant reminder to me. And that
also, it also reminds you that hard times can fall no matter what you do. There is no, like the poem says, there's no predicting the weather. You can suddenly lose it all.
Yeah.
By no fault of your own.
Yeah.
And it is something that we have to remind ourselves of, that success doesn't always come from working hard and following your dreams. There's a little bit of luck involved.
Yes.
There is a little bit of just circumstance. And similarly, like when you find yourself in a situation where you don't have enough, you might not have been able to prevent that no matter what you did. Mm-hmm. Nobody asked for a global pandemic. Nobody wanted to be stuck at home for months and end because meeting other people is suddenly dangerous. Like we couldn't have really planned for that.
No.
Yeah, some things just happen.
No. And, you know, again, I hate to belabor the point, but, you know, writing and writers and our culture, writers have the ability to distill emotion and experiences for the collective us, so that we can connect with one another and share in those experiences, and hopefully engender compassion and empathy. And I have to say, hats off to all of our writers, because they really accomplished that goal in this edition of the Weekly Knob, the Charity Plate edition, because all of the boxes were ticked for me in that respect. And again, Cliches does that as well. You know, what we write and the sentiments we share, they don't always have an upside. They are what they are, and we are where we are. And that is just the fact of it. And we need writers and poets sometimes to show the way, to show us where we are in life, in this journey that we're all taking together. And I'm so proud of the Weekly Knob, of the caliber of writers that we have that are able to do that. And I hope, you know, I hope that this live stream puts more eyes on the page for them because they deserve it. We have a good group of writers. And again, Emma Poe is a patron of the Weekly Knob, and we thank her for her patronage. She supports the publication and has ever since she's come into it. So we thank her for that, and we thank her for her poem Cliches.
If you, sorry.
Go ahead.
If you want to read more of anybody you've heard on the live stream, the link to the Weekly Knob is in the description also. Just go ahead, browse through the weekly editions navigation tab. Fantastic stories. Years, yeah, 4 years.
4 years plus.
Of weekly editions. And we take the holidays off.
And we should mention medium.com also is an incredible platform for writers and readers that are looking for uncommon content. Medium has a high degree of excellent, high quality stories that you can read and access. I mean, the Weekly Knob, we started out, we've been from day one on Medium. And it's worked for us. It's been a good platform for us, and we have a great deal of respect for the platform for Medium. So if you don't know Medium, go check out medium.com too. Start with
although the creative writing is more difficult to find on Medium.
It is.
Because if you just go to Medium's homepage, you are just going to see topical articles, which may not be what you're looking for. But the creative writing is there. You just have to dig for it.
And that's a good point, Jeff. And I'll tell you one way that you can start to do that. If you start at the Weekly Knob and you find writers that you like, you will find them appearing in other publications similar to ours that do publish short stories, fiction, and poetry. And then you can kind of pull that thread and find those other publications that you didn't know existed that you want in your life. So that's the Weekly Knob is a great place to start. A good introduction to Medium, actually. If you're in our group, this nerdy writer group. Okay, man, I have talked a lot today.
Yes, it's been a blast. It's been an absolute blast. But we are down to our last story for today.
Yep.
And we are going out with a bang. This is, I really enjoyed this one. This is called How Do We Say No by Edward Riley.
Okay.
How do we say no? It is easy to overload our plates. A poem by Edward Riley. So many things in our lives get put on our plate. We think we can handle it, but we underestimate how much we should rest and regenerate. But we heap, and we try to acclimate. We need to check in with friends, family, make a date. Why does it feel so hard to simply communicate? The list grows, 2 people, 4, now there is 8. We already can't keep up, not at this rate. Most people feel this pressure and commiserate. It's okay to not check in for a bit. I understand, I can wait. Thanking them for being honest and shooting straight, for not heaping one more obligation onto our plate. Just allow me to continue to narrate how we fill and fill, threatening the floodgates. Wait, when did you last talk to or message your soulmate? Have you scheduled an important or romantic date? Don't forget to make time to lose some weight. Feeling all the stress yet? Don't worry, we'll just medicate. Take the pill, take away the stress, lie down, vegetate. So many options to choose from, we salivate. We are drowning in choices, we asphyxiate. No, don't worry about me, I'm doing great. I just had to deal with 100 things first, sorry I'm late. How do we deal with living in a police state? Close our eyes, try to meditate. Don't be too divisive, don't you dare irritate. If you do, your issues you'll just exasperate. I don't think I can overstate how busy I am. Barely time to urinate. Sorry for the negativity, I just need to rejuvenate. I'm so full, and so is my plate.
And we're back.
Awesome. Thank you, Jeff. Great.
Yes.
I love this poem. The first reading through it, of course, I love poetry. I'm a poetry geek myself. I've got to do a refrain on this the closing verse. I don't think I can overstate how busy I am, barely time to urinate. Sorry for the negativity, I just need to rejuvenate. I'm so full, and so is my plate. It's perfect. Summed it up just perfectly. And of course, Edward is.
It is.
Yes,
it
go
is
ahead.
very relatable. Yeah.
It's the full plate again we're talking about, and of course he captures the momentum and the frenetic, the busyness, and in there, poets are never beyond throwing in a few social opinions, which we have some in there as well. And I just loved it. It was so well-rounded. We are drowning in choices. We asphyxiate. No, don't worry about me. I'm doing great. I mean, how relatable is this?
Right.
And to put in a metered rhyme scheme is even better.
Yes. And we talked about how important titles are to a piece of writing. And I just reading the title, I didn't even open the story yet. I saw the title and I'm like, oh yeah, everybody has this problem. How do you say no?
Yeah.
Saying no is one of the hardest things you will ever learn to do. You don't want to say no. You don't, especially if the people mean something to you. Like, but if you're always saying yes, you're gonna end up doing, half jobs, and that is usually more harmful than not doing it at all.
Yes.
So you will have to learn to say no, but sometimes how do you do that?
Yes. It reminds me of an old axiom that's been around forever. You guys may have heard it. It goes like this. It's easier to change a no to a yes than it is a yes to a no. So oftentimes when you're managing your time and this and that, and you don't, if you come out, although I don't do this, I don't do it well. I don't come out and say no. I usually will say yes. And then I'll later go back and say, well, I really meant no, or I really wanted to say no, or I said yes. I have no idea how I'm going to accomplish this. Kind of like Thankmas. I said absolutely, and then I thought, oh my God! And look what's happened. I mean, it's the same idea that a writer, when they click on our weekly prompt and they take it and they go, yes, to that prompt, I think I'll attempt a story. I'll write a story, and they make that commitment. When you say yes initially to a writing prompt or whatever it is, you don't really know how you're going to get from A.
Or if you're gonna get a story, like often the times I go like, oh, this is such a great prompt. You could do so much with this.
Yes.
And then I can't do anything with it because my mind is everywhere and I haven't said enough no.
It's the same idea with Thankmas and Red Nose Day and the Full Plate Project. The idea is we want to feed people. We want to feed the world. That's okay. We're going to say we're going to do it. And then you start building that bridge to doing it. You just jump in and you do it. It's kind of like how we started the knob, or, we might, one of these days we should tell people how the weekly knob got its name.
Yes, we might.
We would tell you, we'll tell you folks that a knob, the knob that we are speaking about is a doorknob.
A doorknob, yes.
The doorknob is synonymous for us with a prompt, because that is the very first prompt that we started with. And the premise was, if you can write a story about a simple doorknob and make me want to believe it, then you are developing well as a writer. And we just kind of went from there, and it sprung into.
I can still remember the line that kind of got this all started. Is like you wrote, I think almost verbatim, give a real writer a prompt like doorknob and they will hit you with 500 words of pure genius.
Yes. Yes.
And so many people took that as a challenge.
Oh yeah. I got kind of beat up about it too.
Oh yes.
I said real writer, and yeah.
Yes, but that was your insecurity of, oh my God, am I a real writer? Can I call myself a writer? Is that presumptuous or not?
I was really challenging myself.
Yeah, that's what. But you threw down the
I threw down.
Yes, and so many people just jumped to that, and I'm like, okay, we're gonna do this every week.
And we've been throwing down every week for over 4 years, and it's been a blast. It really has. One of our best decisions we made was adding Jeff as an editor, for sure. And we'd like to mention to our listeners and so forth too that occasionally we do guest editor spots on the Weekly Knob, and if you're interested in doing something like that with us, we'd love to talk to you about it. We're always trying to think of new ways to stimulate creative writing, to give our writers support. We do contests. We do special prompts. I think on the YouTube channel, there's our very first video prompt where we use story cubes and so forth. So if you're a writer, come over to the Weekly Knob. You'll need to join Medium and then read our submission guidelines and jump in. We don't bite. And I don't know how. I can't say thank you enough. I can't say thank you enough to Ara and Jeff, especially. Ara tirelessly worked on these videos for a week straight, putting together the audio with the format that you see where the book and the pages and the text comes up. I mean, she just worked her butt off, and Jeff worked his butt off behind the scenes for the technical aspects. All of this would not have been possible.
Blame that on me.
We're not blaming you, we're thanking you, because without you, we wouldn't have gone as far as we are right now. We would not have been live. That's
because I wouldn't have had a clue how to do this. And I'm always willing to admit when I don't know something, trust me, or when I'm wrong, which I frequently am. But anyway, the Weekly Knob is there. We're here. I'm really speechless. What's our total before we wrap?
Our total, our final. Well, it's not our final total. Notice that the Thankmas efforts will be for another week. So you will be able to donate to any Thankmas creator for another week.
Awesome.
But as we are signing off right now, our total stands at $6,169.
Wow.
And you can still donate. If you donate after we've signed off and it's still $5 or more, please click that little reward icon, enter in your email. We're not going to do anything else with the email except for send you a link to download one of our formats, or all three if you want them, of our ebook that we put together. It
might take me a while to get them all out.
Be patient with us, but we will get them to you.
We will get them to you, don't worry. It's 6 wonderful holiday stories for you to read and share and just enjoy with anybody who likes reading.
We should mention too that if you go to theweeklynob.com, which is on Medium, but we are our own website as well. We're anchored on Medium.
Yes, link to the Weekly Knob down in the description.
Right, and each of the stories in the edition, which we have not aired them all today, I think I mentioned that. Each of the stories also has a link to our Tiltify donation page. So if you come on and read something that you really love and you want to hit that link and drop $1 in the basket for it, that would be great too. Like Ara said, the donation links and so forth are going to be live for another week. So we will still gladly accept anything that you can contribute and we will get your ebooks to you as soon as humanly possible.
Yes.
So
we are signing off for the evening.
So go watch someone else that's doing Thankmas.
Yes.
Because we're not the only creators, and other creators will be continuing on. I think they're going up until midnight.
At least.
And so far, the total raised is 3.3 million. So
3.3 million.
Yeah.
All of the creators together. That is insane.
That is absolutely what a privilege to be part of this. Thank you again, Aura, for pitching this and laying it all out. It is fantastic. It couldn't. I mean, it's made my holiday. Absolutely made my holiday. It's a bonus on top of a great writing community and a fantastic addition of stories. Everybody, please do your part to keep yourself and your family safe. And cherish what you have. Be thankful for what you have. This is about gratitude as well. And if you have it, share it. We're going to sign off, and we appreciate you all. And go to another live stream on Thankmas. Let's keep this good energy going, everybody.
Make someone else's holidays. We are making a lot of people's holidays with this.
Until next time, you guys be good to yourself and happy writing.
Bye-bye.
Bye.